What is going on, everybody? 3 regions, 800 teams. We are here with the EU Finals. Mustache Dave, Enigma over there on my side there. How we doing, man?
Doing good. Woke up feeling the PUBG Mobile action was going to be a little bit spicy tonight. And I mean, hopefully these players did the same thing as me and put the socks and sandals on 1 foot at a time and get ready for the action tonight. And, hopefully these players are able to bring their A game tonight, because looking at a little bit of a sneak peek of tonight's action, I mean, you're going to need to be showing up and playing today.
Socks and sandals, man. We might have to get back to that one. I don't know about that. Maybe that's how they roll in the EU as well. We'll get back to that. But yeah, we got 5 games today. We'll, of course, run through everything, all the top of the show information here in a couple moments. But some of these teams, Enigma, until we get there, they went through the gauntlet, I guess you can say, to even qualify to make it to the 5 matches today.
Yeah, and I mean, it showed, the 800 team signups, and for Lidoma to pull, that many signups, I know for other regions it might be a little bit harder to get that sort of commitment from teams, but the tournament obviously had, I believe, a few invited teams, but if you're having that many signups, those invite slots do not matter one bit. And some of these people, you're having to kind of run the gauntlet on if your squad's really going to be able to get into it. We'll pull it up right here for the tournament format. We got the qualifier section that went on at the end of November, moved on to semifinals, and yesterday I got a sneak peek of it a bit. MENA finals, so teams like ENIGMA, Galaxy, and stuff like that, we're competing. If you're interested, obviously it's down below on the YouTube. But today we're looking at the EU finals teams and a few namesake teams I've seen we'll get to later on when we show the graphics for it. But we also have, I believe it's the Turkish tournament going on tomorrow. But Dave, we got to break down the prize pool distribution right now.
Yeah, so this is going to be the total prize pool, $5,000 for the grand finals, right? So the grand finals will be held on the 19th, and pretty much going back to that last graphic, from each region, you have MENA, you have EU, and Turkey will be sending the top 6 teams, and the top 6 teams will compete in the grand finals, and that's where all that cash money is on the 19th there, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, the 19th, you're gonna need to have your A game for that. But first, you got to make it there. This is the point format. It's been the same all year for most tournaments in PUBG Mobile. We've got first place getting you just only 10 placement points. Goes down to second, getting you 6. And essentially, you're wanting to place top 8 to at least get any points. Eliminations, though, Dave, they're kind of the name of the game now. 1 point per elimination.
Yeah, eliminations. Usually we see the top teams of almost every tournament we take a part of have a good balance, between placement points and elimination points. We'll see, though. There's a couple heavy hitters in this lobby that I know for a fact you and I, we've had the opportunity to kind of watch them, to cast them, and get to know them a little better. Meanwhile, a couple teams, sleeper teams, I'm going to call it that, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can accomplish here in the lobby.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got the graphic here right now. Falcons White is the one that stands out to me. We're talking a PMGC squad. They competed. Unfortunately, they were eliminated in that 40th range of placements, but just getting to PMGC, I mean, it's not just you qualifying from one tournament. It's a whole year event. You have to be the best in your region to play in that sort of stuff. But there's also other names. We've got SBG and Titan Gaming. I know you and I have casted those guys a few times. And as for the other squads, I mean, it's all a lot of, dark horses in my eyes.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Titan Gaming, definitely one of my favorites. And I know a fan favorite as well. I know their social media presence is gigantic across all platforms. But not only that, not only do they got the clout, they got the skills to back it up. My dude, Foops, man, we've seen in other tournaments, MVP, across the board. My dude knows how to get the damage done, get the kills, and get the points. So looking forward to seeing how Titan Gaming perform here tonight. We only got 5 games, though, so it is definitely going to be a sprint, not a marathon. Yes, it's been a marathon to make it here, but we only got 5 matches. I cannot stress that enough. Every single game matters. In my opinion, you have to be top 6. I don't know how many throwaway games you can realistically afford here tonight, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, a main thing too you got to think of is theoretically, if you win a match, you expect yourself to be in that top 6. But now with the placement points only being 10, you getting a win and you maybe just stealing away with 3 or 4 elimination points at the end, it's not going to cut it. You're going to need to have a solid elimination game throughout all the 5 matches on top of good placement. Because if these teams show up, you know, Titan Gaming and stuff like that, if they're not used to switching to this sort of lobby, coming from NA and stuff like that over here, playing in some EU tournaments, I mean, they might be in for a world of hurt.
Without a doubt. And here are the maps. We got 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and of course, right smack in the middle of this nice juicy sandwich, this Sanhok. You know, like the flipping of the script. And I love when Sanhoks are right smack in the middle of the day, because at least for me, it's like a palate cleanser, right? Say you're a team, you're not doing too hot, like you're doing okay. You're doing okay, but not the best, right? In the first 2 maps. Yeah. So I think Sanhok is a nice like refresher course to really just get in here and let it all out. And then depending on how you perform on Sanhok, we've seen teams finish the day really strong. So I like the map pool here.
Yeah, I think palate cleanser, you couldn't have said it best. But also, you know, if you don't perform well on that Sanhok, it's really just kind of a dark horse map. You're really kind of a wild card on if you get the zone or not. But if you're not performing well, you go into that match and you really just go out 15th, 16th. The last 2 matches are definitely not going to feel good. But hey, I mean, these teams have made it through the gauntlet already through qualification. Unfortunately, we didn't stream most of that, but this is the moment now. Are you able to do it when the lights are on, when the cameras are on you, so to speak, and, you know, be able to perform in one of these 5 matches to start off strong?
Yeah, my lights are on, your lights are on, all the lights are on here today, without a doubt. And I was just kind of looking at other players. SPG, I know you pointed them out. I think that's another strong team. I recall we had Snow in the previous tournaments, Victor as well, 2 players who we've seen consistently be able to perform. So I know we got the big names in the lobby, and I know we have some new up-and-comers. I'm really curious, you know, how the 2 kind of clash here in our 5 maps, especially when it comes to games 1 and 2, because we got Erangel, Miramar, and then we'll have another 2 later on. I'm curious how like the drop spot situation is going to be looking like here today.
Yeah, I was literally just about to note that when it comes to drop spots and stuff like that, hopefully you kind of did some scrims or did some sort of research, maybe DM'd squads even being like, hey, you know, we don't really want to grief you. We want to be playing for that sort of longevity. What is your drop essentially? And you go around, you ask, maybe you make a map even of everyone's drop spots and you pick your own. Because if you're a good team, I mean, it doesn't matter where on the map you're at, you're able to get yourself into the next zone. And for some of these squads, you know, you talked about some of these newer teams and the more established, well-named teams like Falcons White and stuff like that. I think a lot of it's going to come down to if your squad's able to work as a team or not. A main name of the game is getting those elimination points, keeping players alive, and getting yourself in a position into the next zone. So obviously for international stuff and stuff like that, the grand finals will be a real tried and true test of who's got the namesakes of the game down. But for right now, I mean, in my eyes, it's still anyone's game. And for the first match, it's really going to be a telltale sign of who's done their research.
Yeah, for sure. And looks like the lobby almost halfway full. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thanks for tuning in to the stream today. Wherever you are, today's going to be an exciting day. The Lidoma International Series EU Finals, baby. 5 maps. I'm looking forward to it. And we had the MENA Finals yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. EU is today, and Turkey is tomorrow. I love the format that they got cooking over here because, you know, each day is dedicated to that region. And then after all the finals, they're all going to meet up on the 19th in the grand finals with the cash money. So what are your thoughts on kind of like the system, the gauntlet that we're calling it? And, you know, from a player's perspective, because we got you here, the expert, the ex-pro over here, in case nobody knows who Enigma is. Feel free, by the way, to kind of go a little bit into your past here. Just just so they know what we're cooking out here.
The breakdown, the cooking. So yeah, I mean, we competed at the end of, I believe, 2019, 2020, competed on teams like Wild Card, moved over to EXA and had teams like Team Totality. And I've played with some namesake players that a lot of international players know, like Tensa, HH24. I mean, even Coops was on a roster of mine at one point. He's on the Enigma Galaxy roster now. But when it comes to these sort of tournament styles, it's a real mental test, a mental fortitude, you know, kind of aptitude you have to have of just, you know, if things are going bad, you need to be able to bounce back and recover. And obviously these teams have that, making it this far. We're talking, you know, just for EU, over 200 teams sign us. We're talking multiple qualifier stages, and then you have to go against the invited teams that already have their names in the sand, so to speak. But it's your job now to try to write yours next to them or write yours over them and kind of start making a name for yourself. Because even though we're at the end of the year, we've got a whole nother year of PUBG Mobile coming up, and these squads are wanting to start now in developing yourself as a squad for the future tournaments.
Yeah, it's definitely the right step in the right direction, especially to, like you said, to close out the year when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile, and even kind of start on the right foot when it comes to 2024. I mean, I just imagine finishing the year strong with some money in the pocket, you know, $5,000 on the line with the total prize pool. Going back to teams real quick, Falcon White, I know, you know, they got a lot of expectations because they recently, like you mentioned, PMGC. I'm looking at Titan Gaming. Of course, there's some other teams in the lobby. Northern Lights, I recognize them as well. They've been in the scene for a hot minute. SBG, but any team, like if we had to have like the Enigma pick game number 1, I'm going there already, man. I'm going there. Man. The pick, you know, what are the caster picks here to kind of kickstart our tournament here today?
Well, I feel like my pick's going to be more of a safe bet, I guess you could say. I really got to see what people's mindsets are going to that game 1, because even if you're the best squad, I mean, yesterday I believe it was for the MENA finals, Enigma Galaxy did not finish top 6. If you asked me yesterday who's winning that game 1, I would instantly say Enigma Galaxy are one of those namesake teams. So today I'm kind of skeptical on who I want to pick for game 1, but I'm kind of feeling SBG in the lobby. I mean, they're a squad that has shown a sort of dominance when it comes to eliminations and working as a team. Now, unfortunately, I don't feel like they have that sort of pizzazz or, you know, dazzle compared to Titan Gaming, who's a squad that's really able to close out games and have stellar finishes. But if you're finishing first and second place as SBG with essentially the same amount of eliminations, I mean, you're virtually only 3 or 4 points back from first place. So even if you don't finish first in the lobby, you're still able to get the points accumulated to keep yourself up and boosted on the leaderboard.
Yeah, so SBG, your pick for game number 1. But I want to get the pick for, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I get it. Top 6, that's the goal. All right, I'm going to stress that all day. That's all you really need here, top 6, and it's going to be a challenge. But I want to know, before all the matches starts, our picks for that number 1. I'm going with Titan Gaming, man. I can't doubt it. It's an easy pick. I know, I get it, but you never know with the other squads in the lobby. Maybe they'll be countered on their rotations, possibly even their drop spot if they don't get along with anybody. But Titan Gaming, I mean, I've just seen so much of this squad. I'm such a big fan. And I truly believe like they got the skills. The one thing about Titan Gaming that I appreciate is once when they start doing good and like clicking together and they're feeling confident, they start farming the lobby. Bro. And I love that from a team. So, you know, we're just theory crafting here, but number 1 in this lobby, yes, top 6 is the goal, but number 1, I'm going with Titan Gaming, bro. I mean, call me a fanboy, whatever.
Now you're making me question my pick. Now, obviously, SPG was just for the match 1, but
that's for match 1. That's a good pick.
I kind of want to go with Falcon White on the first. You know, this is the region. They were just out of PMGC. Maybe they're annoyed with their performance. Maybe they're like, hey, you know, let's just finish off the year strong and look forward to next year with, you know, all the tournament changes. I'm unsure what EU's side of things is for that sort of stuff, but I'd assume to be something similar to the NA side of things. But for these squads, I mean, you're going against a PMGC roster, a team like Titan Gaming that's won multiple tournaments already under the specific banner. And shout out to them. You know, a lot of teams I feel aren't doing all the pieces of the puzzle correctly when it comes to being a competitive player. We're seeing the fans in the chat as soon as they're on screen. We're seeing players posting every day, whether it's montages, guides, YouTube videos, I mean, you name it, on top of having these sort of MVP performances. And you named Foops earlier. Oops. In my mind, I'm thinking of Baton, which is a scary thing because I know Hot Jukes as well is a big fan of Crow. And, you know, everyone's got a different mindset when it comes to casters and whether you're a, you know, a viewer or a competitive player. When you have multiple people you're naming like that on who you think is your favorite player in that team, it's a scary thing. Because now we're talking 3 out of 4 of those players could be any sort of MVP for that squad alone.
So actually, let me put an asterisk on this one because Titan Gaming, looking at the roster we have, they got Lemon, Flip, Foops, and Treasley. I don't see Baton unless Baton, you know, change their name. Maybe Baton can't play on Saturday, so you know they're filling in for them. Does that change your opinion at all? Because I agree, Baton in the past we've seen this player, him and Foops just go, you know, hand in hand when their chemistry, it really shines. But with Baton not on the roster tonight, as far as I know, what the information I have, until we get into the game, we'll know a little more, of course. But does that change anything in your opinion?
I think it changed drastically, Dave. I almost want to give you a second pick. You
I'm still going with Titan Gaming. No. Okay. I'll put it all on Foops, man. Foops, man, is going to carry the flag for me in Titan Gaming here tonight, man.
I mean, it's a good pick still. I mean, they obviously made it here from the semifinals. I believe they were invited to. So the squad has shown prowess, but we're going in squads now that have that sort of synergy built up, like Falcons White, like SPG, where it's, you know, the last year or so, and bring players in. Obviously, you'll have that sort of competitive level with each other, and maybe you've played a little bit together before. But coming into a tournament with kind of a new roster in my eyes is a bit of a question mark on how they'll perform. I'll honestly have to wait and see how the first match goes. But a lot of these teams, you know, I'm kind of against the whole roster shuffle idea. Maybe it's because it's with Lidoma and stuff like that, and maybe, you know, they had stuff planned this weekend. I know we're getting around the holiday season and stuff like that for some NA players. But I mean, Foops, man, being the one that I think I kind of want to highlight a bit more with you, because he's a player where if he's performing well, you said it best, his whole team's popping off.
Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, match number 1, Lidoma International Series EU Finals, baby. We got 5 games here this evening, and of course, we'll be kickstarting the event. Check in with Titan Gaming. So, no Baton. Unless Baton did a little name change, what I don't think happened, we got the Baton sub this evening. So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and I mean, also shout out to production here. The headshots with all the players and stuff like that, stellar. I mean, I'm absolutely loving this. And we're seeing it, you know, get the logos on the screen for y'all on the map. We're seeing a few teams already drop. And Dave, is there anyone kind of in your mind you're kind of eyeing of, hey, you know, their drop spot's a little bit maybe more questionable, or if it's just kind of going to be just any other Erangel game?
Yeah, I mean, Zarky, no names dropping up in Zarky. Very interesting. You know, I don't normally see a Zarky drop, but I definitely understand it considering the flight path starting up there. So looking at no names to see what they can accomplish. I don't really ever see teams. They're also going to have a team just south of them in North George. But look at the Zarky drop. I'm not too disappointed with circle number 1. Like I'm kind of feeling it here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the hard western zone shift. Everyone, the playing path was obviously along that northeastern side, around the top side, kind of like a bandana if you were to wear it on the map. But I mean, still, it's kind of awkward landing Zarky because he talked about it, the team just to their south at North George. If they opt to, you know, kind of camp the bridge and not rotate in, you might be a little bit more screwed. Might have to get slowed down. You're not really in a good spot to make the next rotation. But I mean, if your team like Falcon, you know, unfortunately you're down to just 3 men already, starting off with a trio in the lobby. Unfortunate to see. Hopefully we could see them as a 4-man coming in. Kind of liking this music, Dave.
Yeah, dudes out here vibing, questioning if they should blow up the gas can or not because their 4th didn't show up. I feel it, man. I feel it. But yeah, I mean, Falcons White, that was your team that you picked.
Yeah.
Oh, man. The cast occurs hitting pre-lobby in game number 1. I don't know what happened, but hopefully next round they'll be able to at least have that 4th come into play here. The goal, top 6, though, Enigma, and we've seen in other tournaments, previous tournaments, like teams can still accomplish the goals even when they are down a member. So what does that say for the other teams in the lobby? Well, I'll let you in the chat be the deciders to that one, but we'll see what the Falcons can accomplish here in game number 1, being a man down.
Yeah, and obviously we're seeing Hate Gaming. I really, don't make me toot my own horn for this, but really hate the idea of landing at a drop spot and not having vehicles. And I mean, we're seeing Chiva just kind of make that sort of Usain Bolt sprint to Gatka here. And I mean, SBG, thankfully, you know, actually, I guess thankfully, but not thankfully, they're a 3-man as well, Dave. That was my
listen,
pick for
both
game
of your
1.
picks,
Both my picks.
Both of your picks are down a member. Oh, no, not what you want to see here in game number 1, but it is what it is, as Falcon White out here, one of our homies with the Bison, doing some pre-fires out there in the distance onto the Dark Knights. Popping some tires on the boss, man. People boss out here. So although they're down to just 3, they're still making their presence known here in this lobby.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's what separates the good from greats, especially when you go down a player. Obviously, they're already starting off with 3, but you kind of imagine it as, you know, maybe he's got eliminated on rotation. You got to be able to play as a loud squad. You want to make your presence known. And I mean, when you do that, we're talking about a vague kill feed info. With a zone shift like this, you really lose track of which teams might possibly be where, and it allows you to kind of maybe go for that more riskier play without other people knowing. Now, obviously, if you get knocked, you get thirsted, people watching that sort of feed, whether they're, you know, paying attention to the lobby and they thirst you immediately, it's a really telltale sign of who's kind of paying attention through all aspects of the match.
Yeah, exactly. So even though they are down a member for whatever reason, I love it what you said is their experience still shining through here, at least early on, with just making sure that their opponents know, like, hey, don't come over here. Because, of course, the opponents don't know they're down to just 3. So it's all about those modern games. Let's take a look at the map. Titan Gaming looks like they're going to be on the military base island, getting all that sweet loot. They will have a easy rotation in for the time being on the west bridge. I don't see anybody really near that area for the time being that might contest them for now. Of course, that can always change as a hard base team we see down in the south on the main island. They are near the area, so they might contest the bridge. Looking forward to seeing what develops down there. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think any of these bridges, obviously there's a South George crates. We see, I believe it's Northern Lights, or actually No Name being the squad. That was the Zarky team we were talking about earlier, finally making the rotation. Still that North George team, though. I'm really surprised they didn't opt to rotate sooner into the center zone, but it seemed like, you know, after just the first zone, a lot of these teams started filling the space in immediately, showing that I guess like dire need of getting into the center of the zone, because of this part of the map, there's a lot of open terrain, and if you're not set up early, I mean, it's really hard to fight your way in some of these spots.
Spooty doing some spotting of their own here. It looks like they are going to be driving across that little bridge like you mentioned, but we'll get back to that because Hate Gaming, it looks like they are now getting pushed on right here. We got the shotguns in hand. What can we do? Already taken out here on the approach, and well, they only had 1 member over there, so I'm not too upset about that, but in my mind, I'm questioning, like, where's the team? Why are we separated right now here, Enigma?
Yeah, and I mean, the separation is just the main thing. Maybe he thought his teammates, they're all in vehicles he saw on the top left of his screen. He's like, hey, you know, just peek over and shoot these guys, but really kind of just left hung out to dry. And unfortunately, No Names they're kind of leaving their players out to dry down, and just a duo now forced to take a slam here, and I believe his teammate got one knock, but I mean, it's a one-man army right now here, Dave.
Yeah, no names. The team that dropped into Zarky too, if I'm not mistaken. So the Zarky squad rolling up with the Yogg, doing some cleanup over here on aisle 3. It looks like they are down to just a duo. They lost 2 on the approach here. Looks like they're going to be grouped up at least together, the duo. Trying to keep their opponents at bay out there. ARO Esports out there in the distance. So, well, we're able to at least get a okay position for the time being, but they lost 2 in the process here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, the kill feed as well was showing a few other squads taking some losses. And unfortunately, you know, you kind of question what the rotation paths were for some of these teams. And I understand that, you know, maybe these teams didn't have much practice going against each other, kind of understanding what habits teams develops and, you know, where they kind of like to play. But losing players early on in Zone 1, I mean, it's never a good feeling.
Never a good feeling, especially to kickstart in game number 1. But talking about good feelings, the fan favorites, Titan Gaming. Oh, no, it looks like they are going to lose 1 on the rotate. I believe that's going to be Brute Force with the bridge camp over there. Brute Force, the team that dropped Nova. Looks like they were able to kind of leapfrog Titan Gaming as Lemon, my dude, just pushing up here. DBS in hand, swap into the M4, trying to get that spray down on the vehicle tires, trying to get some damage in. It's like missing the mark just a little bit, but definitely pushing Brute Force a little further out to at least attempt to secure a safe passage in for their squad mates. But looking at the map, looks like Titan Gaming, Flip, and Foops, man, they don't want that smoke right now on the bridge.
Yeah, and I mean, the bridge itself, you had to get the knock there. Your teammate had gotten the headshot in onto the driver, unfortunately not connecting it. And if he gets that knock, I mean, it opens it up to a 3v3 fight. Your teammates are rotating right behind you, and you're possibly able to aggress on a Brute Force if they go for that revive. But not getting that knock allows them to get the full reset, have their backs towards the white compared to you, and are kind of able to just camp you out and wait for you to make that, I guess, do or die, rotate, send across the bridge in hopes that Brute Force, and I mean, we even see it now too, the kill feed, Brute Force getting a knock onto Titan Gaming, and I mean, it's just really unfortunate to see. And this is, I mean, another caster curse. I don't want to be that guy, but you know, it's not looking too hot here, Dave.
You're that guy. But talking about that guy, I actually saw Falcons Gaming, Falcons White, kind of north of Brute Force on the bridge. So Brute Force might actually be in a little bit of sandwich action here very shortly. But yeah, going back to Titan Gaming, you know, there's the decisions as the IGL. I am not envious because where do you go? You know, do you swim? Do you attempt to look for a boat? Probably not. You just try to hit them shots, get a knock, and just full on send it across that bridge. So Titan Gaming in a pickle, if I have to say the least. But the next zone did go up, and it pretty much centralized onto Hospital, and a little further up there to the north. So it is starting to heat up as we still have 16 teams. Well, 15 teams in the lobby, right? 16.
Oh, 16?
16.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, we see obviously with the battle tracker on the right here, we've got a lot of teams.
Supremacy.
You know,
they're the ones that got out first.
Still, but so, you know, they went out with 1 at least, but starting off with 1 point isn't really that much better than dropping a goose egg in the first match, so.
Hey, 1 point is better than none.
I don't want to be like that guy, but you know, hey, we've seen it. 1 point difference is the make or break in some of these, and with it being top 6, I'm expecting a lot of these squads to be battling it out up to the very end, especially with this only being 5 matches to move on. So, you know, if you have a pop-off game, 1 game, you really just need to make sure that you don't go goose egg, goose egg, goose egg on 3 out of 5 matches.
The no goose egg. It looks like No Name, the team that dropped Zarky, they finally were eliminated. That duo got caught slipping, but they did go out with 1. So better luck next game. We got 4 more to go. Hardbass out here DJing their way into this nice little compound here, and Gatka, if I'm not mistaken, making sure all their tires are safe. I love that. Very heads-up play, in my opinion. Some teams, they just, you know, send it, park it wherever, and call it what it is. And you know, in the past we've seen those tires easily be popped, and then, well, there goes your vehicle when it comes to utility moving forward into the game. But look at this, Falcons White.
Oh, here we go. Okay, they picked up 1 elimination point. And back to the car thing, I think it's more just a due diligence. You don't want to make sure you're cutting corners or, you know, kind of getting lazy with things, especially with the first match. And Falcon Gaming, you know, they're down to a trio, so they do not have any sort of room for errors or that sort of, I guess, laziness.
Going back to the tires topic.
Yep.
My dude's right parking that in the corner. I love it.
Yeah, now I think it's kind of seeming like a lot of these teams, Dave, are starting to settle down a bit. They figured out that, you know, hey, the spot's taken. Let's just wait for the next zone shift. And you said it best, you know, it's centered towards hospital, GATCA area side. A lot of these teams have already made the rotation. But with it being so early, I'm not liking the idea of you kind of fighting anymore or making any sort of rotational plays without seeing where the zone goes next.
Kippa Boss and Killer Joe. Name a better duo in the lobby right now when it comes to names alone. That's from the Dark Knights out there in the distance. So you always got to root for Joe, honestly. You know, when you got Joe on the battlefield, you got to watch out. His arch enemy definitely has to be Bob, but I don't see Bob in the lobby here tonight. So Killer Joe can just let it rip. But Falcons White, yeah, I mean, we were talking about them earlier on. They missing a squad mate here in game number 1, but they're still doing better than other teams in the lobby, as we see ARO down to just a solo. Even Titan Gaming, 0 points on the board, down to just a duo, still in the blue. So I'm not even sure they'll be able to make it. We'll have to keep tabs on Titan Gaming. They really didn't have much luck when it comes to the zones and just being gate capped. But ALE up here on the tops of the mountain, looking to secure Mount Everest as their own. Looks like they're doing a good job at it.
Yeah, I mean, they already picked up a few eliminations. They do have 1 player knocked, but we could see the last NAIX Gaming member kind of just driving off, tuck and tail. I believe he's the last player of the squad. So NAIX, they had 3 elimination points. I believe it was on No Names and SP earlier on, picking up 1 or 2 from each squad. But getting caught out like this, you'd landed on this northwestern side, had the opportunity to rotate in. I think kind of just chundered and butchered their rotation timings. Oh, no.
And timing's everything. Hate Gaming still active, though. You'll love to see it. Although the circle doesn't favor them anymore, we've seen Hate Gaming kind of driving all over the place. Oh, out there in the distance. Falcons White, yeah, losing 1 in the rotate. I don't think their squad mate 4 will be able to get them up. But Hate Gaming getting involved here in the hospital area, and just in time, too, because they will have to pull out. But going back to brute force, the squad that was holding out, Titan Gaming on the bridge camp. They're going to be in the swamps right now, looking to make it their own as Asalt squad out there in the distance.
Yeah, I mean, they got the nade cooked.
That should be good. That's good, baby. Oof. For 1.
For 1.
Force coming out on top of this fight.
Yeah, and I mean, they had 1 elimination to their name. So, you know, at least for Assault Squad, they did get a point and stuff like that. But we've still got 13 teams left in the lobby. This is the zone, I think, where teams are really going to start dwindling down, whether it's down to just a solo or just straight up being eliminated from the match. And if you don't have elimination points like NAIX Gaming, you're really not going to be feeling too comfortable going out of the lobby this early. And we can see the zone shift on the top right. A lot of these teams on the edge are not blessed at all. It goes straight up to the northeast. Seen a lot of teams kind of hold their own positions, but the south side of GATCA, we're looking towards hospital. All those teams are going to need to either clean up their fight to move in or just kind of do that sort of handshake and go their separate ways.
Yeah, honestly, and I want to say somewhat surprised that Titan Gaming were actually able to make it into the zone. And you know what they did? They sent Flip and Lemon to the east bridge. So they soaked up a little more blue zone damage, but they secured themselves a safe passage, at least to the edge. You know, they're not in the zone yet, but they do have a vehicle, and at least they have some intel moving forward. But here comes ARO Esports, the solo jumping out the window, flipping around with the DBS. Can we get it done? DBS versus DBS. Brute force, man. I'm majorly impressed with their skills here in game number 1, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, 6 elimination points. Unfortunately, there, I think it's a bit of a misplay from them. shouldn't really have been in a spot to get thirsted there, I guess you could say. You knew probably there was a solo player here, but you know, they do have 6 elimination points as a duo as well, and they don't really need to move that far into the next zone. I think that ridge just along the compound, they'll be able to kind of rat it out and get a few more placement points off of it. But a lot of these teams now, I mean, we see Brute Force getting a huge, I think, was that a double knock onto a player on a Murano just in front of him, really putting them in for a world of hurt, rotating this early in front of them.
Huge spray right there on Hardbass team, I believe, trying to secure that dip, trying to avoid the sight lines from the Dark Knights right above them as well. So Pre-Pot trying to smoke it out, trying to avoid the sight lines, but over here in the building, ALE with the DBS up close and personal, trying to defend their territory right now, doing a great job, Necessary doing exactly what they need to do. Take out their opponents, going for the pickup here. Will we be able to get it in time? I see some grenades cooking out there in the distance. That's got me a little concerned here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it's down to just, I believe, a solo of each squad, but Ale is the squad that's able to get the full resets onto the rosters, and I mean, we're seeing it here too. Necessary just barely making it out of the building. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Gets the nice little pre-nade going on. Oh, but an instant trade, leaving it up for a 1v1 in the building. I think it's both DBSs on the side. Getting a bit of a terrorist perspective, getting his coattails tagged up, and now just pre-fires all around to the jump shot.
Got him!
Wins it for the squad. 7 eliminations to their name, and that is a huge 1v1 to win for your squad.
The 7-2-1, see you next game. Huge win. Like you said, DBS is remaining king here in the lobby when it comes to preferred weapons of up close and personal. And, well, that right there is the reason, you know, getting to see it up close right there. But ALE, 7 eliminations. BF, they're out as well. I believe that's 7 going their way as well. But Everest Gaming still active, still with 4 of their squad mates in the lobby. Looks like they were able to put the nail in the coffin of Titan Gaming, the team I had picked here in day number 1, or game number 1. Not really catching much luck here, I think I have to say.
Listen, I think it's just the caster curse. But one squad that's looking pretty good still is SPG. They are 3-man, but you know, they're still alive in the match. We're down to just 7 teams left in the lobby. But a lot of these squads, at least 3, if not a duo on Ale, but most of the squads, I mean, they're still rocking their dominant force, and Everest Gaming, unfortunately, starting to lose players of their own. This is the squad, actually. They had an interesting split on that south side to hold SPG out, now rotating into this open hillside, hoping for a zone shift towards them. And unfortunately, you know, I think they maybe rotated a bit early, taking a bit too much to buy it. And we can see on the right side here, though, Dave,
ooh, I love
a lot
this.
of nice
Kippa
damage
Boss.
leaders.
Yeah, Kippa Boss, 544 at the top, number 1. Kippa Boss from the Dark Knights that we were kind of chatting about moments ago. Looks like they're still going to be putting in some damage. Looks like they're still going to be pretty healthy, active over there in the south, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, pretty interesting game number 1. We do see the Dark Knights. They are trying to bridge the gap. I see some smokes out there. They're trying to get within grenade range. But Everest Gaming still doing a great job at just, you know, keeping everybody at bay right now in their sight lines. SPG downrange, if I'm not mistaken. And Everest Gaming, like you were saying, very interesting split here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they got one on the edge. Thankfully for them, no one's really focusing them right now, so they can all kind of just throw one smoke down and take their pickings at SPG, and we can see it. I mean, Rob's getting tagged up instantly, going for a peek. I think they maybe only have 1 vehicle as well, so if there's 3 of you prone spraying a car, you know, it's only going to be 2, if not 300 meters out. I'm expecting any one of these players to at least get either a knock or a vehicle explosion for the squad wipe.
Yeah, my only fear with that split is they got like the solo holding the off angle. Like if they get knocked, they're probably going to get flushed, right? But yeah, it's all about that risk versus reward, I guess, and we'll see how that plays in their favor, or if it goes against them, because now we got the Dark Knights looking to push up here as no longer in the zone. They have a nice little ridge to work with, but we'll get back to that because Hate Gaming on the hilltops right now, letting it rain on Shaky Corps and Hardbass team down below.
Yeah, I mean, Shaky Corps, I think, kind of just getting caught out. Someone was in their own little world on that dip, and Hate Gaming just instantly just collapses on them. really not allowing them to have a sort of breather going on. But the zone shift happens, centers right up onto Everest Gaming here. So Mount Everest, the teams that were deciding to fight around there, we're going back to it right now. Beast just having an insane Overwatch angle.
Yeah, Beast up on the hilltops playing the Angel role here, trying to just spray down Shaky Corps. Meanwhile, Beast squad mates, at least 2 of them, they sent it right there on that rock that we see down below. I don't think they won that engagement, but now it's up to Beast up here with the M4 from above. Knows exactly where Shaky Corps are. Looks like duo from Shaky are going to be bleeding out, fortunately for them. And okay, we're going to be going for the runovers, possibly. I would like to see the runovers and confirm, but let's see what they can accomplish up here.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been an absolute beast. We're talking 2 players kind of going for an off angle here. Both
going for the revive
on the vehicles, but I mean, you've gone for this twice, but wait a second.
That was beautiful. The cover fire to allow Knight to buggy over there for the potential duo revive. That was beautiful. That was beautiful from Shaky Corps.
Yeah, and I think you just sit there thinking, you know, maybe you should have just taken that buggy and gone for the 2 eliminations because you allowed him to get the heal off. You missed 2 points there and possibly even placement if you're able to win that 1v2 engagement from the zone, because those 2 knocked players, they were in the zone. It was the other 2 members on the remainder of the squad having to get in, unfortunately, as well. I think it was SBG just now getting eliminated. They were the team forced in that south side of the Gatka field. Really not much else you can do. But now we're talking about Ale. Dave, this is the squad that has held this one story the entire game.
Killer Joe. Killer Joe with a massive grenade. Yeah, Ale, they only got a duo. Now down to just a solo. So Killer Joe looks like they're going to be cleaning up house over there, trying to take their position, get that hard cover for the time being. So Dark Knights playing this one nice and slow. Ale, though, ton of eliminations in game number 1. So very impressed with Ale and their ability to just continue to survive and get the points on the board when all the cards are stacked against them. But now let's see. Everest Gaming, a trio, still active. Hardboy, by the way, has been gathering a lot of intel, you know, proning out there. Looks like they finally were able to take out their last opponents here on the east side of the zone. And, well, now they're going to be favored for the most part here. And they're going to have pickings on where they want to hold down.
And I think this is the key point of the match where if you're Everest Gaming, you just need to make sure you don't kind of spread yourself too thin. We've seen them already kind of holding their splits throughout the whole match, and I think this is the moment you got to recognize, kind of group up more. You've still got that trio on the north side of the road. They're either going to rotate into you or you go right into the Dark Knights. But Dark Knights, I mean, everyone here has got a few eliminations on the board. I don't think anyone's too afraid of forcing a fight or any sort of engagement with each other. And now it's a matter of, you know, what does this northern team decide to do?
Yeah. Dark Knights, they need to be cautious as well, though, not to be backstabbed, right? Because there's still going to be a team right behind them. And, Dark Knights have this ridge to work with right there on the smidge of the zone. But if they start taking some shots downrange onto Everest, Shaky Corps, I don't see what's stopping them, you know, from just peeking over and taking them out. So Shaky Corps with the full squad active here, throwing out some smokes, looking to wrap around the north. Get an alternate angle here onto Everest. Do they continue to send it, though? Or are they going to play this one nice and slow? Okay. Nice little vantage point.
Yeah, Everest, I mean, they kind of just gave it up the backside. Now Shaky Corps really kind of just holding Everest down. Now Dark Knight shooting everyone in the back, and this is just a huge oversight.
Yeah, Everest, they should be done and dusted right there. Yep, little explosion. So we don't even get to see the MG3 rip right there. Really heads up play from Shaky Corps. I mean, I got to tip the cap to them with that wide rotate to get right behind Everest. And now Everest are just in the death bowl right there in between the 2 teams.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. Dark Knights as well, realizing that the whole north side up on that road's going to be free, starting to fill in space, and we're kind of seeing this cat and mouse, this little dance around the zone of kind of who's where and who's not. So Shaky Corps, I'm hoping they can finish out this fight with Everest Gaming to kind of get their own positioning zone, because right now, I mean, Dark Knights has complete control of the next zone.
Here comes Vic, creeping and crawling. The snake in the grass that you don't expect. 1 Molotov, 2 grenades, getting really close. You have to assume Shaky Corps are getting a little suspicious now that these grenades are blowing up around them here. But now's the time you want to see Dark Knights pretty much just pinch them out with the blue zone against them. But Hardboy's still alive, though. Can play spoiler.
He's got the low ground. Everyone's kind of forgotten about him, I think.
Yeah.
And for Shaky Corps, I mean, they're down to, I believe, what is it, just a trio now. Had to leave 33 out, you know, hung to dry. Let them get bled out. And if you're Dark Knights, I think the key point's going to be if you're going to be able to save your nades for when the blue zone's actually closing in. You start throwing them right now. I mean, Shaky Corps has way too much room. And, oh, wait a second.
Oh, they know. The heat-seeking missile. That's a suspicious buggy if I've ever seen one. But look at this. The blessing from across the way. Shaky Corps with a third party. So Hardboy able to survive a little longer here. I mean, talk about the luck.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, and you can't send Hardboy because what's the chance, you know, he just hits you with the DBS or Shaky Corps shoots you on the pull-up. Oh, wait a second, under the car.
But for the price of getting thirsted yourself, though, and potentially throwing the game. Let's see, though. Vic over here with the UMP. I take it back. Vic from above trying to close the gap now. Still spraying away, and the Dark Knights winning game number 1 of the EU Finals, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, the main key part I got to take away from that is just the squad was just absolutely not staying still. They were moving around the map. They were doing vehicle plays. They were catching people off guard. And, you know, we question if that peak was worth it, getting that last Everest Gaming player. But when he went for that Vic, you know, the player that snaked up that you were talking about was able to get virtually a double knock onto the vehicle that they were playing, going for those shots. So really good team synergy work from Dark Knights. And I mean, we can see it here, the total damage being 2,400 essentially. I mean, it's just star seller performances in the first match.
Yeah, and looking at the chat, by the way, I see you, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of Dark Knights fans. So, wow, Dark Knights coming out on top.
Wow.
My dude, Killer Joe up here, 620 damage. Never doubt the Joe. All right, that's all I'm going to say. Kippa Boss also showing up, 605 damage. A lot of damage taken, though. I mean, my dude's a tank here. 525 damage taken. Look at the healing right there. But, yeah, Dark Knights, game number 1. Feels good.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Terra here, of course. I believe this is the MVP on the match, but I mean, 762 total damage just for his squad. This is a player on Ale. So, you know, 2 assists from his squad mates and 4 eliminations. A lot of these players, you know, the damage might not always correlate to eliminations, but when you're putting numbers up like this, I mean, you're bound to get the eliminations at some point.
Yeah, and that's what matters too. Like, Ale had a really good game number 1, all things considered, but just the fact that you're able to come into your first match of the evening, pop off, like, to me, that's a confidence booster and that's a momentum builder, right? Like, that's exactly how you want to start the day. And looking at the leaders here after game number 1, Ale actually have 2 players up here in the top spot. So Ale, they are primed here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a squad that was kind of on that west side towards Dark Knights, I believe, and they took those fights in the 1 stacks, just team after team, kind of slamming them. And, you know, unfortunately, you're going to lose players at some point, but as long as you're able to pick up eliminations, a few extra placement points to top it off, I mean, the first Erangel, you should be walking out pretty proud.
Always love checking out the different esport poses, and we'll get back to that. But ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Only 1 game played so far, but remember, top 6 is the goal. And, well, at the top, Dark Knights, 23 total points. Right behind them, Shaky Corps, 13 total points, tied with Ale.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at the elimination spread. We obviously see Everest Gaming. They're just below them. Few, you know, only 4 elimination points, a little rough. And I got to give it to them. The east side was a little bit more of a dead zone for that sort of zone. A lot of people opted to come in from the west side or from the north, where Everest is at, and they really kind of just fought each other. Everest not able to capitalize on having more utility. But Hate Gaming and obviously Brute Force, those are the teams we got to shout out. 7 eliminations to both of them. I mean, look, Brute Force, 0 placement points. They're up there in 6th place.
That's crazy.
Just elimination points alone.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? And you know, Brute Force, keep doing you, right? Like, I am not at all disappointed after game number 1, and it really started with their ability to recognize timing. You know, that they didn't have a lot of time, so they needed to loop, they needed to leapfrog Titan Gaming on the bridge. That's exactly what they did, and that's kind of what started their game number 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll chat a ton more about Brute Force and all the other teams when we come right back from the break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1 in the books for the Lidoma International Series EU Finals, baby. I see a lot of people in the chat saying, go, Dark Knights. Love to see it, Kippa Boss also in the chat celebrating after game number 1. But Enigma heading into game number 2. Kind of want to get your thoughts, deep dive if we have a moment. Because you are an ex-pro competitive player, kind of want to know like the mindset, if you don't mind, going into detail a little bit. Dark Knights, like, how does it feel after winning the first game of the evening and then kind of rolling into game number 2?
I mean, I think it's just you got a great read. You take a lot of stress off your shoulders because, I mean, we're only playing 5 matches, top 6. Theoretically, if you win a match, you should be able to finish into that top 6 placement. Relatively easy for grand finals. But if you're Dark Knights, I think you want to keep going and start accumulating more and more points, get that practice in, so to speak, get the reps going. Because the squad themselves, it wasn't like they had one star stellar performance. All 4 of those players had roughly 500-600 damage, 3 to 4 eliminations to their name. Obviously, Kippo, he was a player that did pop off, on the overall statistics, but that whole squad just proved in that first match that they're on their A game. They're all kind of communicating well. They're doing things as a squad. And even when they get down to just one player, 2 players in a fight, they're not stressing and they know how to play it well.
Yeah, Kippa Boss, my dude's a tank out here, dude. A ton of damage taken, but still surviving, still that late game and playing a crucial role. And then, of course, Killer Joe. Don't doubt the Joe, especially when Joe has a DBS. You better be running the other way. But 2 other teams that we mentioned very briefly, but for good reason. Ale and Brute Force getting a lot of their points in game number 1 from eliminations.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about elimination points. We can compare them to Everest, where, they had 4 eliminations with, I believe, only 4 or 5 placement points. Imagine if they just opted to take fights with SPG and stuff like that earlier on. They would have accumulated way more points and maybe felt more comfortable taking some fights because we saw, all the other squads like Dark Knights, as soon as they got a knock, they were instantly pressing the issue onto them. So these squads that aren't really, finding their footing just yet, I'd be really scared going against a squad, especially if you land next to them on Miramar and stuff like that, or maybe how they rotate. Really not trying to cross paths with them this early on unless you're ready to take the bull by the horns.
Talking about taking the bull by the horns, Titan Gaming taking the blue zone by the horns. Unfortunate for them. Military base drop, I get it. I love it. They had it pretty much all to themselves. But the zone's kind of just not going their way, and then it kind of limits your potential for rotates as well, depending on where the circle shifts. And they got bridge camped, unfortunately. I did like the heads up play where they sent their other duo to that east bridge where they knew it's probably clear by now, so they soaked up a little more blue damage than normally, but they were able to survive. But then, you know what? Once when they did that, the next circle also didn't favor them. So sometimes you just get unlucky. But Titan Gaming, one of the fan favorites, among other teams as well, according to the chat. Shout out to chat, by the way. Hopefully everyone's having a great time. But 1 game with practically the goose egg. Yeah, they got 1 point, but it's only 1 point. I'm sorry, fellas. We got to have a bounce back game here on Miramar, in my opinion, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's where the role of like a coach or IGL or maybe just a veteran player comes in, of just being able to kind of guide those newer players and maybe those more emotional players. I've always been a fan of someone when they make a hype play, I'm trying to keep them going and stuff like that. But when you have a bad game, you also got to know how to keep their mental stable, how to just, reset, go next, so to speak. And some of these squads, most of them, I'd assume, either have that sort of leadership role from one player, or whether it's a coach or even a manager on the squad. I mean, back in my day, it was either me or our manager on the squads of being that, hey, hit the button, mental reset, we go next. Whether it's on stage at LAN events, whether it's online play like this, where you've only got 4 games left to show up or shut up. You're kind of in that do or die position, and you need to have someone that's able to keep that level head.
Back in my day.
Back in my day.
Back in my day. Wait, hey, I'm still not letting go of the socks and sandals situation you brought up in the. Hey, chat, let me know. EU socks and sandals. Is that how we're vibing here on a Saturday? Maybe I gotta check your Twitter later, Enigma. I need proof, man. I kind of want to see this, but socks and sandals on a Saturday, chill vibes without a doubt. Titan Gaming looking for a back game in my opinion, but ladies and gentlemen, Miramar game number 2 of the Lidoma International Series EU Final. Top 6 make it to the grand finals on December 19th. Let's get into the action.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting off again with Titan Gaming. It looks like it's a standard plane path. We're going just on this northern side, all the way down the middle, kind of filleted open on the inside part. But, you know, if you're on a desert map like this, Dave, I kind of like the idea of wearing socks and sandals, because then it's like you get the mobility. Yeah, I'm bringing it back. I'm bringing it back.
Hold up.
I'm bringing it back.
The socks and the sandals. Okay, sandals, yes, because your feet, your toesies are in the sand. And the sand could move through the sandals and foot. But you add sock to the mix, the sand is getting stuck in the sock and penetrating the sock. And then you got sand in your socks all day. So I don't know about that,
but what if it's like nighttime or like the early morning and it's cold out? You know, you need it to keep your toesies warm. While maybe you don't mind the feeling of the sand and that sort of stuff. But anyways, I mean...
Have you ever had sand in your socks? Let me just ask you that, because I have. And it's not a good feeling.
You know, it's only bad if it's wet. And thankfully, on Miramar, there's not a lot of water on the map. So I think you're kind of saved.
True. And that's true.
So, you know...
So avoid the wet sand.
Yeah, avoid the wet sand. You know, they say avoid the yellow snow. My saying is avoid the wet sand.
I'll let you have it, man. I'll listen. You brought it back. I'll let you have it. All right, that's all you. But talking about being all you, the Dark Knight, the victors of game number 1, already down. They're just a solo, but the boom to save the day with the shotgun just in time. Holy, talking about a nail biter. All the squad mates like, pick me up. I'm good to get picked up. Man, I mean. Vic with the clutch lean peak right there. Pretty much saved the day.
And the scary thing is, you know, he's using a semi-auto. He's using an SKS DMR. It's not like he's got a UMP where you can kind of
that was the SKS.
Yeah, he had to hit that, you know, 1 or 2 shots. And then his secondary was a crossbow, I'm pretty sure. So it wasn't like he could swap. And, you know, obviously we'd love to see that go on. But, you know, like having to hit the lean, and all the players on Dark Knights, they have essentially got their ones. Every player having 1 elimination to their name. So a squad, you know, I can't stress enough, has really just been that sort of tried and true. Everyone's stable. Everyone's on the same mindset. And thankfully for them, Vic was able to clutch up in the end. And with a gun that I don't think any player is really too comfortable using in that sort of situation.
I'm starting to realize I'm just a straight up fanboy. Titan Gaming, listen, Titan Gaming, I don't know. Good luck this game, because now I'm on the Dark Knight type train. I mean, game 1, they did phenomenal. The clutch play right there, great. I mean, the mwah right there, the chef's kiss. And I'm starting to be a big fan. I agree with the chat. Go Dark Knight. Starting match number 2. 4 eliminations and still alive right there on the edge in the north of circle number 1. That's a great start here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they kept everyone up. A lot of these teams I felt would have maybe lost 1 or 2 players. Maybe you don't commit fully to the fight, but if you're at a spot like Hacienda and stuff like that, something that's more small and compact, I mean, you cannot chicken out. You need to go for that win. And I mean, thankfully for Vic, all of his teammates were able to give him the call outs on where the last player is and hit, you know, just an insane lean peak shot. So, I mean, Dark Knights, I'm a big fan of, but one thing I was liking when I saw it, Dave, was Falcons have 4 in the lobby now. It's not just 3.
You know what I like too? You know what I like? The live location tracker on the right. It's telling us where they are. I just saw Shaky Corps, their position changed instantly. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my, water treatment, Cravereels. Like the live location tracker could give you that heads up on where teams might be contesting each other, where we might see some fights. And I'm seeing 2 teams in Los Higos. I'm seeing 2 teams in Los Leones. So hey, Hey, I'm a fan, Enigma.
Hey, I mean,
I'm a fan.
You don't see that every, back in my day, you had to go watch the VODs, and thankfully for this, now they just tell you exactly where it is. This is a blessing, to say the least.
This is the chat GPT of PUBG Mobile right now. Just type in, where are the teams? Boom, there you go. So shout out to Lidoma Production for pushing the boundaries out here. So game number 2. Let's see what we got cooking in the kitchen. 4 teams, surprisingly, all the way up there in the Northeast. We got Ale, we got Hate, Assault Squad. So very curious to see how they rotate. And I'm bringing that up because the Dark Knights, in my opinion, if you're one of those teams up there in the top right-hand corner, you're going to want to just send it straight in. Nothing too fancy. And I'm bringing this up because the Dark Knights are going to be that team, like in that pathway that all 4 of those teams are probably eyeballing here in Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it last game with teams that opted not to make that rotation in earlier, like no names and stuff like that. And they crossed paths with teams and they got essentially steamrolled. So hopefully for Dark Knights, they're able to kind of recognize that, hey, got to send it into the zone, at least somewhat more centralized if you're maybe not feeling like fighting early on. But a lot of these teams, though, you noted it, Hate, one of those teams on that northeastern side of the map, starting to rotate in. They're still a good ways out. They're only being stage 1 if they take shots. I'd suspect them just to kind of make the rotation away, maybe make a little bit of a detour because, I mean, a lot of these squads, that first game was not that appealing to them, I guess you could say, and leaving them in a good notion.
Maybe take a pit stop, pick up some milk, make maybe some new socks because our socks got a lot of sand in them. Who knows? But SPG going to be one of the only teams pretty much dead center, like just the bullseye here in game number 2. So we'll see what SPG can accomplish. And yeah, kind of going back to your point, Falcons, White, SPG, both squads now with the complete roster. Nice. Showing up here in game number 1. So yeah, starting to get some things going here. Some things cooking in the kitchen. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, top 6 is going to be the goal. That is the goal. You want to be top 6 in the EU finals, this lobby, the stream you're watching, and then you'll be able to secure your slot in the grand finals on the 19th with a $5,000 prize pool, versing the top 6 from MENA and the top 6 from Turkey. So a nice little clash of the regions out here competing for some money on the 19th.
Yeah, money's always nice. And for the most part, with some of these teams, if you're a newer team, you have a chance of going against international competition. We're talking in a tournament setting, not scrims, not, the 4x4, like, team fights on TDM maps. We're talking a real legitimate tournament here with money on the line. I mean, if you finish top 6, you're going to be going into those grand finals, just feeling yourself, essentially. You're going to be wanting to finish in that top placement. And if you're one of these newer teams, it's a chance for you to really get your name out there, because with the new season coming up, whether it's maybe just you're the only player popping off or your whole team performs well, I mean, heck, you could join a new team that's, got an award, you could get picked up. There's a million different possibilities from just tournaments like these where you'd rather, maybe either realize your mistakes in this compared to an official tournament like PMSL or stuff like that, or, make grand moves yourself to have a better future in the PUBG Mobile competitive scene.
Yeah, without a doubt, and I totally agree. Like, not only, of course, money is great. That's what keeps the world turning, essentially. But getting some respect on your name as an individual and as a squad can definitely help moving into that next year. And, well, talking about some respect, I want some respect out here, Tony, because Shaky Corps looking to find themselves in a situation up against Titan Gaming, not the best of games. Oh, my dude getting surprised right there from 9th, but still going to be alive, fortunately for them, able to return some cover fire, allow the revive, but inside Lemon cooking the grenade, getting caught off guard, unfortunately, and then thirsted right there by Knight.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that was like a 2v1 situation on the building. I'm not sure where the other Titan Gaming member went. The rest of his squad is pulling up, but now Shaky Corps kind of just constricting on him like a snake, going all around the Titan Gaming squad. It looks like there is a 1v1 going on inside of the building. Flip is the one that manages to win it. But I mean, Shaky Corps, now they're still on the driver's seat. They've taken the action to it.
Ooh, but from behind, 33 with the M249 letting it rip, and out there in the distance, I see Hate Gaming kind of just driving on by, honking their horns, waving like, hey, good luck. But looks like they're actually going to be trying to third party this one. So Knight inside the building with the Scar, trying to get the revive on their squad mate. Might want to close that door, but time is of the essence. And, well, Michi from outside taking out 33 and their M249. So things are just kind of crumbling for both of the teams. Titan Gaming, let me remind you, still with the duo active in the mix, but Knight is burning on alive in the building. Still gonna be able to survive a little longer, but here comes Hate trying to flush him out.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like Kim's just trying to get the resets. It is still 4 players up if they can get 2 resets off, but I think you're going to be in a world of hurt because Hate Gaming now is essentially inside the building. They're just absolutely collapsing down on him. There goes one player, 33Z, getting thirsted out. Shiva actually, I think, is up on the stairs. Could maybe get an angle through the window. And, I mean, I think it's only a matter of time before these nades start going into the doorways you're in.
Yeah, I love that Hate Gaming really utilizing the utility here and trying to avoid, because we are in the DBS meta, so you have to assume like there's going to be a DBS looking at you through the doorway. So flushing them out with the Molotovs and the smokes and the grenades is very cool to see here. But let's see, Knight missing a couple shots, will be getting Michi down on the initial second story breach right there. So that will buy him some time. Like Knight gonna be jumping out the window with the vault, with the UMP, but they were expecting this one. Now, Shaky Corps down to just a solo and Nolo as Hate Gaming coming out on top of the third party push right there. Very cool to see teams try to, take advantage of situations like that. And talking about taking advantage, Titan Gaming also taking advantage, and they use that time, that window, to pretty much have their duo escape, which was pretty much their demise, in my opinion, because Shaky Corps, they had him dead to rights, Enigma, for sure.
Yeah, I think he kind of just wait around on the edge, kind of go dead quiet and see if they make hard trades, because everyone sees the kill feed. We all know who's trading with who at that point. And a bit of a missed opportunity, because now, I mean, you're playing as a duo against everyone else in the lobby other than obviously SPG and Dark Knights having a full 4-man. So, I mean, if you're confident with your level of play, maybe map rotations, it's fine. But as a duo, I think this is a squad as well that really kind of struggles when they have early eliminated players. Can't really find their stride and apply pressure like they want to or how they usually do, especially on a map like Miramar. So I think you said it best. A bit of a misplay, a bit of a, just a missed opportunity for extra points with only having 1 elimination right now.
Try to also take into consideration like game number 1, right? So they might be a little more tail between legs, I guess you can say, trying to survive a little longer as well when we are looking at Titan Gaming. To make matters worse, Killer Joe, of course, Killer Joe, the kryptonite out here. Looks like that's going to be it for Titan Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. The thirst was there. So they got the solo still alive. But, yeah, I don't see them really surviving much longer, as a solo with still 13 other teams active in the lobby. So another, I mean, I said this last game, but another really rough start for one of the fan favorites out here.
Yeah, I mean, the fan base, is definitely kind of punching the air, like, what's going on, guys? And I mean, you guys got to understand, players have good and off days. It's all a matter of time. And obviously, every player loves seeing chat root for them and stuff like that. So, I mean, keep spamming the messages, the emotes, whatever you feel like doing. I mean, we see the Dark Knights love and stuff like that in here in the chat.
That's
and, it makes everyone's world, in my opinion, especially as a competitive player.
Yeah, the thing is, when you have only 5 games and the tournament is 1 day to make that next round, you can't have a bad day. Like that's the reality that we're in right now. Like, you gotta be on it. And top 6, that's the goal. It's still doable without a doubt. One winner chicken dinner with a couple eliminations in the pocket might set them in the right direction. And talking about the right direction, No Name showing up in the right direction up against Brute Force. Brute Force, the team we know they got gun skills. Let's see if they can back it up right now, because No Name trying to flush them out.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like it's a 1v2 situation on the building. It looks like he wins the first one, hits the 180, and actually beams them. So Brute Force, I thought they were kind of struggling there, but 1v2 clutch out of the Brute Force squad, really just securing themselves their spot in the next zone.
Barely any health as well. I mean, that came down to the wire right there. But Brute Force still trucking along. But here's Rob's SPG up close and personal. Gonna be taken out. Unfortunate for them. And by, guess who? Hate Gaming, the team that we saw moments ago with the third party able to take out Shaky Corps. They're still in it. They're still active. And they're still surviving here in Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get another reset off. It's going to be 4 players alive. It looks like Beast actually is kind of playing that bit of a guardian angel role, you like calling it, allowing his squad to maybe get a few resets. But the issue with this dip is 7-1-2, they could just take a nice little gander down at you. And I mean, Aggressor now taking some shots on the Hate. It's really just, you kind of got to get in, get the revive, and get out. You're not wanting to stay in this spot whatsoever.
Yeah, very difficult position to be in here, and I'm not sure. Okay, they do have a buggy, and it looks like it has all 4 tires, but even with that in mind, like Beast is already compromised over here. SPG, Victor taking them out, so Hate Gaming, very difficult situation to be in right now.
Still a lot of action, though, this western side. I mean, I believe there's still 3 or 4 teams having to kind of just find themselves in the white part of the zone.
But Aggressor, look at his ammunition. I mean, don't mean to cut you off here, but Aggressor is using a lot of their ammo, and they don't really have much left for the Scar.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
to happen. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there's 37 now. That's
it. And I think they're realizing that as well. They're like, okay, yeah, I took shots. Where's the ammo, fella?
See, this is the part, Dave, that every player has been in a situation before. It's either you're him or you're his teammate, where it's, hey guys, I need ammo. Someone drop me, and you're over here with 140. You're like, yeah, I could split you. They come back, you know, a zone. Hey, you're gonna need to give me all of it now. Like, you're basically a backpack for me.
Damn, yeah. And listen, Everest, they are dead center here on that next circle. Yeah, I mean, everything definitely has to come into play here. Yeah, we saw him taking shots, trying to third party, some pot shots, as I like to call it. But unless you can get a confirm, like what we just saw, we're pretty much just wasting our ammo, you know, not only for yourself, but your teammates. So always interesting to kind of see how everything adds up here.
Yeah, and I think it's just like with your armor situation and stuff like that too. But I mean, now we're seeing Falcon. This is the squad that needed a better game, getting a little bit of a freebie elimination point here, it seems like.
There we go.
There's the knock. And I got to ask, you know, where's kind of the Overwatch here for ARO Esports? Not really supporting him at all, kind of just leaving him out to dry.
Yeah, I almost feel like that member that got caught off on the boulder kind of taking their time from behind. You know, I didn't really like that position either, right? Because the trio, their squad mates, were actually on the hilltop within the zone, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely paying the price right there. We'll keep tabs on them because going back to them here, the Butcher, my dude's been holding all the ammo. That's where 200
rounds.
Is.
200 rounds. He's the one that picked it all up at the drop spot, but cutting back from it. I mean, Falcons is now taking the aggression. They had the elimination earlier, Dave. Now actually taking control of this hillside.
Yeah, SNX trying to get this grenade. Oh, we're following them with the missile. Still going for the second grenade. Okay, that's interesting in my opinion. I feel like just pressing the hill, taking them out would have been the nail in the coffin. But Killer Joe in the building. UMP getting crossfired right there from Ale, taking out the Dark Knights in 11th position after a winner chicken dinner. But here's Falcons White moving up the hill. MG3 looking to secure themselves a position down there in the south. We'll get back to that because Hate Gaming also taken out. There's a lot of action going on right now, Enigma. Teams are dropping left and right.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm still seeing that elimination spread on the right side, though. A lot of these teams aren't going down without a fight. I mean, Hate Gaming picking up a lot of them themselves. And, I mean, Dark Knight, wait, didn't you say they were eliminated just now, Dave? I'm seeing three players up on the elimination board right now. So we're seeing a double-digit game from someone, from a team that didn't even get placement points.
Going out with a bang, and I kind of think that kind of goes back to their game 1 performance and just the fact that they have wiggle room. You know, they have a lot of room to work with. Of course, it would feel good to finish number 1, but the goal is top 6, right? So with all that wiggle room, they can really go for like those aggressive plays and really catch their opponents off guard. And well, they're just vibing at this point. I'm going to say it. Unless they get like a goose egg in Sanhok, I feel like they are just vibing. And that's a team you got to watch out for. When a team is no longer stressed and straight up just gaming to game, there's no limit to it, essentially. So looks like all those players just popping off here in game number 2.
Yeah, and I think it's just Joe doesn't have his arch nemesis Bob in the lobby.
True.
I mean, right there,
where's Bob?
The damage leader. Joe's up here right now, 850 damage essentially. So I mean, the next person's at 615. This is from a NAIX player. You know, the first game I believe for NAIX was not the best for him. They did have, I believe, a few eliminations here and there. But I mean, the real story right now is just going to be Dark Knights, and just they went out in bottom 8, and they're finishing with double-digit elimination points, I think.
Yeah. Crazy game. But that kind of opens it up for Ale. Ale, only 3 eliminations, so it's definitely going to be a challenge to catch up. But Ale having a really good game number 1 when it comes to elimination points as well. So Ale have a prime opportunity, but they're only down to just a duo. So it's going to make it challenging when they do look for that winner chicken dinner, especially when you got teams like Everest all 4 up. Falcons White still a 4-man unit, and we're gonna be checking in with Falcons White right now, as it looks like they're trying to get some grenades, some smokes. They're setting up for a push on ARO Esports here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, they already picked up the 2 earlier on. The one solo player that you were questioning, you know, kind of just lacking too much and getting into the next zone. And I mean, if you're Falcon, I think this just shows, you know, their level of dedication and their drive, because you remember where ARO Esports went. You're like, hey, we're just in an isolated 2v4 right now. We can just pull up and, you know, take names and take action. So I'm interested to see how fast this fight will play out, because we did talk about Ale being that duo on that northeastern side of them. Might be able to play a bit of spoiler, but I mean, they already got 1 pin down, Dave.
Oh, with a double right there. Hard base. Boom, boom. Sorry.
Oh, gosh.
Up here on the rooftop. It's not done yet, though. Not done yet. I'm curious what's happening with the MG3 on the rooftop from Falcons White, though. When you got an MG3 in the high ground, I am looking, my mouth is watering, right? Because I love the MG3. But Falcons White, looks like they flushed them out. Now they're trying to take out Ale as well. Falcons White trying to secure themselves a foothold down here in the south. 5 eliminations. One of their squad mates are going to be down, but they should be able to get the easy pickup. And now Ale down to just a solo in the bowl. Has a couple of smokes to work with for that soft cover. Looking at the utility when it comes to Falcons White, they use a lot of utility to push out arrows, so it might just come down to the gun skills and flushing out that solo.
Yeah, the nice thing is, though, is, you know, when you eliminate people in compounds, typically they save utility, especially smokes, Miramar and stuff like that. You're needing to cover space and block lines of sight, sort of speaks, but you know, we're gonna have to put a note on that, because smokes right now are getting absolutely spammed. Aggressor pulling up into the fight. I think this is against Everest, the team that's actually been in the center zone all game. Again, they forced to take a 4v4 fight.
Yeah, Everest have been big chilling, and now looks like 7-2-1 trying to push. They're sending 3 in the front lines and keeping, I think, Butcher in the back to kind of overview the road. But Falcons White trying to flush out this last AL player in the corner. I mean, my dude's got the magic spot right here. Little ricochet off the windowsill, put a stop to the push, but for how long? We got Falcons White squad mates all over the place, and the MG3 pre-fire to seal the deal. That's how it's done. Falcons White, man, dude, they're just popping off in the south.
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different squad with just having that 4th player. The first match, you're like, yeah, you know, maybe he just slept in or had to have his third dinner or something, you know. Like, he's like, yeah, and then they're like, we need you. Like, they're spam calling him. We need you in here. And then they show up.
Tournament today.
Yeah. Hey, it's the 17th or the 16th. You know, we got to get going. You thought we were playing tomorrow? No. It's right Turkey. Now. Get in here.
That's Turkey tomorrow. That is Turkey. So, yeah, pretty interesting game number 2. How things are unfolded now here. Hard base team still alive, still with 4. Falcons White still with 4. And hey, look who's showing up. Top 4 situation. My homie Foops, man. Trying to get those survival points out here.
Yeah, but, you know, 4th place does get you a few placement points, but unless he finishes, you know, in that top 2 range, I'm not really seeing this as being worth. We talk about maybe those 4 elimination points in that first zone if they stayed. There's a lot of different if, ands, or buts. But right now, I mean, someone that's really kicking people's butt right now is this Falcon squad. We're seeing, I believe it's Norix, 4 eliminations on the squad, more than half that the team's accumulated, and they're not really stopping there.
No, they're ready to get the win. They're setting up. You can tell as 7-2-1. They're pushing uphill onto hard base team. So kind of going back to Foops man. I don't know. Oh, Foops man, here we go from behind. Playing spoiler, my dude. Trying to get some eliminations on the board with the M4, but underestimating the 7-2-1.
But look at that. There's 3 knocked. There's 3 knocked, Dave. It's just 1 for him.
Easy points. All you can eat buffet out here. Thanks, Foops.
Hey, 6 eliminations there, and now Falcon 4v2 situation. I mean, we just saw Falcon what they could do against a solo, against a duo. They got the MG, but oh my goodness,
hitting them shots. Those are nice.
Down to just raw, Dave. And I mean, at this point, do you almost just run out into the zone? I'm not sure if you're really able to take this fight.
We're going out with the bang. We're going out with the bang. We're going to get the pickup. You better heal up as fast as possible. I got the DBS ready. I can hear the footsteps. I see them cresting the hill. Kaboom! There goes one. Pushing my hill. That's how it's done. They might have it, man. They might. It's a 2v2.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit of overheat. I think they know someone's. Oh, they're going to definitely hear him now. Someone on that north side of them. And, you know, the MG3 is nice, but is it. Are you clean with it like that? You got the aim with it, Dave. And
they don't know, dude.
Right now,
I don't even think they're looking. They're looting. Okay, now they're looking. Oh, we got a feeling. We got a feeling. SNX, MG3 up against the DBS. You better let it rip, and yes, you do. You get taken out. Where are the teammates?
I think getting a reset. I'm really questioning this. You're kind of just giving them the free 1v2s right now, Dave. And we see a little bit of a reset going off. It does seem like they're going to trade for trade here. Aggressor did not stick that revive instantly. Thought the Falcons player was actually moved up, I think. So
yeah,
now we're, you know, one from a 4v2, Dave.
Wow.
Down to the 3v2. And, you know, with the next zone shift, this is going to be the last zone, I believe. Really going to tell if you're going to be able to hit your shots or not. And I mean, if you're aggressor squad, you just took out someone with full level 3 gear and an MG3. Like, I'd be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. And you know what? You got another elimination. They got 11 eliminations on their side of the board. So, yeah, let's see what they can do here. SNX kind of a little overconfident there, really coming down to timing. I feel like if they were to crunch at the same time, that would have been it. That would have been the win. But, hey, now we got a trio, so it's a 3v2 situation. They have the center zone as well, so now here comes a push from 7-2-1. They're going to start to create a smoke tunnel. They can push a little closer.
Yeah, and 4, I mean, he already got the off angle. If you opt to not really play the smokes, he has the angle on you. And, I mean, it's only a matter of time. I believe Falcons has the center position. And I'm not really liking that nade throw early on. I would have liked to see the zone shift a bit more. You know they're going to have to move first. And now everyone's having to peek. And, I mean, it's Groundhog Day. Every head's peeking out over the ridge, Dave. And, I mean, it's only a matter of time at this point.
There you go. Now we spot him. Oh, nice little trade out there. Still 1v2 situation. Like you said, Groundhog Day, just looking for that little pixel, that little head to take them out. They're going to be getting the heal. No more grenades in hand for swapping to the UMP. You can feel it. You can tell they want to get this dub, but it's not going to be easy.
Falcons.
Finally.
Winner.
It was getting sloppy, though. I'm not going to lie. It was getting sloppy, Enigma. I don't know if that's just me being extra, hard on them, critiquing them. But, hey, regardless, they got it done. Falcons White. Winner, chicken dinner here in game number 2 on Miramar. Congrats. 10 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, the damage itself, we're seeing, 2,200 damage. The squad itself, now, the full 4-man, really showing that, hey, the first game was just everyone kind of waking up and stuff. A little bit of warm-up, but, I mean, at the end there, it was definitely a bit of overheating. You're not just running out in the open, giving them essentially 2 1v1s, which 7-2-1 wins instantly to make it a 2v2 situation, and then you start isolating yourself. And I think as soon as that isolated player with MG3 gets knocked, you're like, hey, guys, let's just relax. Let's not throw this. Everyone just kind of, hold your horses and just wait around for the zone to close. And thankfully for them, they're able to do that sort of stuff. But, shout out to them sort of stuff. The first game was a blunder. Second game was a winner.
Yeah, true. And top 6, remember, that's all you need here. So winner, chicken dinner, 10 eliminations. Sure, game number 1, hey, one of our players missed their alarm. Hey, it happens, right? But game number 2, bouncing right back. But look at this, the MVP after game number 2, or for game number 2, 1,294 damage. That's insane right there. That's good.
And I thought the eliminations and stuff like that came from that third-party play from Titan Gaming. There was 3 knocked players in front of him that his squad was able to thirst, but he proved me wrong. 1,300 damage means you were putting down shots downrange. And I mean, we can see it here. We see the elimination leaders on the match, 2 Falcon players, but I mean, Spidey having 7 to his name, basically double the next person behind him. So really nice stuff to see out of the squad. And I believe their first game was semi-decent, maybe lost 1 or 2 individual players in fights, but the second game, second place, I mean, you're feeling good about it.
Yeah, Spidey feeling really good. We got 2 players from the Falcon White up here, and Dark Knights showing up with Vic. So Dark Knights, I remember you making a beautiful call out that even though no placement points, a bunch of eliminations. So they are feeling good, primed up for this Sanhok coming up next. But here we go. The rankings after 2 games. Or no, this is the rankings from last game, actually. So 20 points going over to Falcons White, of course. T721, 17 points, 11 eliminations. And yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about. Dark Knights, 11 eliminations. No placement points. Hey, no placement points, no problem, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, third place. You're really just kind of being like, okay, guys, let's just make sure we get a few eliminations in the next match, and we're looking forward to grand finals. Now, we've got some new names, kind of up here. We see Titan Gaming got a few extra points. They actually got 4 placement points out of that. So actually a nice little point get from them, where the start was looking a little bit sketch. And unfortunately for some of these other squads, I'm looking at SPG, SP, squads that I really expected to maybe have a bit more of a performance, not really showing up. But a real surprise is going to be Shaky Corps. They went out with 0 points this game, Dave, after that such a stellar start in that first match.
But it goes back to, here's the overall, this is what I want to see. It goes back to just having one good game could catapult you up here in top 6. And the example Falcons White. All right, they had 1 point in game number 1, 20 points in game number 2, and now look at this, 2nd place. So same could be said for like any other teams. If they get a win, right now the cutoff is only 15 points, you know, and a win is 10 points, and you have to assume you're going to have some eliminations to go to boot. So it's definitely anyone's game still when it comes to qualifying for the grand finals.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised we're seeing brute force in 10th place here. I really thought they picked up a few more points in these 2 matches, but I guess it was only just elimination points to their name. Obviously, we've talked about Titan Gaming, SPG, Assault Squad, and Supremacy. I mean, really needing to see some changes happen. And you noted at the start of the broadcast, Sanhok is going to have to be the map for some of these teams for it.
Yeah, Sanhok can definitely be the palate cleanser, as we were saying, and a lot of these teams with 1, 2, 3 points after 2 matches, this is exactly what they need. They need that reset when it comes to going into the later half. So, ladies and gentlemen, 3 more games to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the EU finals. Sanhok coming up next. Lidoma International Series EU Finals, baby. Mustache Dave, Enigma, chilling on the mic today. Things have been going pretty smoothly. Feeling pretty good. Falcons White winning a game. Dark Knights winning a game. Enigma, gotta ask you, who's primed up, in your opinion, to win a game here coming up next?
Well, I was thinking Dark Knights, but with Falcons' kind of dominant performance going from 3 to 4 players on that second match, I'm kind of seeing Falcons be that sort of driving force. And, you know, the meat grinder that all these teams went through, I was thinking it was going to be a Dark Knights, you know, kind of meat grinder here tonight. But, you know, Falcons kind of making a name for themselves. Obviously, they had one before from PMGC and stuff like that. But I think it's just showing their prowess and, you know, that skill level of playing at an international level where, you know, some of these other teams haven't been able to experience.
It's all about the experience too, by the way, which a lot of these teams are definitely acquiring here tonight. Brute Force, one of those teams. Hate Gaming, they have been really involved here tonight, at least in the first 2 games. Like we keep seeing them making some plays, making it happen. I think it's only a matter of time until we see them possibly get a winner chicken dinner here tonight. You would hope so. But besides Hate Gaming, I'm looking at Ale. Ale, to me, is a team that they're cooking up a chicken here. I can smell it. I can smell the chicken coming their way. For, you know, just like I can smell your sandy socks here, Enigma.
Hey, I mean, smell the beach, you know, whatever. You know, I used to live in Cali and stuff, so I used to take a stroll in the water around there. But no, for these squads, a lot of it I think is just you'd rather be trying to put the pieces together yourself rather than letting it fall on your lap. And we had seen with Everest Gaming and stuff like that, that first match, they were given the zones, they were given positioning, ultimately just didn't play it well in the end. And even that second match, given the zones, took a fight against 7-1-2, ultimately lost that, where that team plays second place. It all comes down to those 1 or 2, whether it's individual plays or just team fights of just costing you 5, 10, 15, 20 points even.
Yeah. Everything matters. And, you know, kind of going back to just kind of the building blocks, you know, PUBG Mobile, like keeping tires safe, doing some proper scouting before rotating, making sure everybody has ammunition, you know, before just letting that rip out there in the distance. But Hate Gaming, beautiful third party this last game. Hopefully they keep it up, because guess what? Sanhok is third party central, man. I mean, fourth party, fifth party. Sanhok definitely gets heated.
Yeah, and I think the first 2 matches we saw like a little bit more than we're used to, especially with the NA side of things. A lot of these teams are choosing to take those fights and that early aggression, and they know where these other people are dropping on the map. So you're essentially just resulting yourself and opening yourself up for a third party. But I mean, it's just like you said, Dave, we're going into Sanhok. We got the plane path right now, straight down the middle again, essentially like Miramar, just more on that western side. But this is one of those maps, Dave, where it's small enough, and when you see the zone shift, you're going to have a good idea where it ends. And I'm almost at that point where I just put all the drop spots. You know, we had the name of the drops locations on the on the last stream, where I'm just going to choose a random name. If I get Quarry, I'm dropping there for the game. If I'm getting Mongnai on the top right, I'm going there. So, because you could take a drop, but ultimately with Sanhok, it comes down to the zones and if you're able to get into them or not.
But did I just see a crossbow shot in the elimination feed? I did, man. Who was that from? Was that from ARO? I see ARO might be in it. Titan Gaming are going to be in it. Oh, this is a huge fight. Titan Gaming and Falcons White. 2 massive squads, heavy hitters in the lobby. Poops, man, showing up. Tossing out the preempt Molotov right there to stop any push. This is a spicy one. This is a juicy one, man. Flip with the UMP, looking to hunt them down here. Boop, swap to the MK12. Little tap action, taking out Axer. So this is good, man. There's a lot of back and forth action here.
Yeah, and I mean, it was dire that Foops gets the return knock. He can't let his teammate get thirsted without getting one in return. And I mean, we're obviously seeing a bit of third parties coming in. I believe it's NAIX Gaming starting to set up. But if you're inside the pyramid here, Dave, no one's really able to third party you. Falcons in this sort of 3v3 deadlock, but neither of these teams are standing still. Already one down on Falcons, collapsing through the doorways. Titan Gaming, and I mean, you gotta hit your shots. Flip getting a second knock. Now 1v2 doesn't
one
kill
more.
him.
Oh, dude, we are on the chase. SNX is giving them a run for their money. Well, like you said, the third-party potential from outside. You got to keep tabs on that one. Oops, man. Drop it from above. Taken out. Can we take out SNX? Well, that's not going to be the job of Titan Gaming here, at least.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they gave it their all. They gave it their all.
I want to say the last player on Titan got killed by the third party. He wasn't even he didn't even lose the one to the Falcon player. Just got ultimately out. And see now, like you're Falcon.
I'm not here.
Like if you're Falcon and Gaming, you're like, okay, guys, like what are we doing here?
Here we go. Here's the replay.
See, he gets
Man,
thirsted.
They just could not catch SNX, dude.
And look at this. Like he got lost swapping, instantly destroyed on the stairs
too. Yeah. Wow. Well, Falcons White, they're a little more relaxed, all right, ladies and gentlemen. Like top 6, that's the goal. They're currently in 2nd place overall. So 3 points not going to hurt them as much as say Titan Gaming. So now with only 2 more games to go, Titan Gaming, Enigma, I'm going to say it. They need a win, dude. They need a win to really feel comfortable that they are making it to that next round.
Yeah, and I'd be scared if I'm Titan Gaming because there's other squads like Hate Gaming and stuff like that, Ale, who've been able to consistently put up eliminations of 2 matches. And I mean, your last 2 matches essentially have been you take a fight, you get third party, and it's either you're a duo or you just get completely squad wiped. You're needing to kind of find your stride in these matches, but I think it kind of comes down to who's playing on the roster right now, the comfortability that these players might have taking these early engagements, because I think there's a lot more stress taking engagements early on compared to the middle of the game, because you know that you're going to be sitting in that lobby for 30 minutes just dead quiet, or you're going to be talking about the issue, like someone's going to make that error, and it's just absolute like mental break.
The blame game for sure. Like so much can go on during those 30 minutes, and it's not where you want to find yourself. And talking about not being where you want to find yourself, you don't want to find yourself the last person alive on the team jumping in the water. Wow! And guess what? Dark Knight's not letting that one slip through their fingers, making sure to take them out.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to get away. I mean, when you jump in the water, to me, it's like, okay, I'm safe. They didn't see me.
Under the water.
Now I just got to survive.
Act like a fish.
Next thing you know, boom, you're done.
Well,
you're done.
The more impressive thing to me is, like the reduced damage when you're in the water. He took 1 pump of that DBS and he was instantly down. So really just, if I'm thinking of Everest, I think it's a team.
So you're saying DBS, good on land and water.
And water?
And
the multis. See, maybe he had his socks and sandals on when he went for those shots. I'm bringing it back up. He had it going. He's listening. He's listening to the stream and took the advice.
We got to change the title or start a pool in the chat. Socks with sandals.
Socks with sandals or just sandals. I like it though.
The movie.
I'll
Paradise.
Be the director.
You'll be well. That's all you do. That's all you. Here we go. Paradise. We got Supremacy. Haven't really seen much from this squad here in the first 2 games, so they're looking to make a name for themselves, looking to get some respect out here in the lobby up against SPG. Well, that's a great team to try to accomplish that goal. SPG really one of the heavy hitters in the lobby, I gotta say. Team, they've been together for some time. We've seen them compete in multiple lobbies across different tournaments. Always consistent, always consistent across the board. Let's see what they can accomplish here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, it kind of goes back to that beginning of the discussion of if they can really kind of fit the shoe of how they fit in the lobby. Because right now, I mean, centered up on Paradise, but if you opt to take this fight, I mean, we're seeing Shaky Corps just to the west, right next to you holding hands. I believe Ale is just to the south. You can see on that map stream on the top right there. And a lot of these squads, you know, I'd kind of be worried if I don't have a vehicle like this of kind of just leaving a compound, playing a rock. Like, you don't know where someone's going to be. And with all the players now knowing kind of how spots are held, what the blind spots might be, you really kind of need to start counting your eggs and kind of paying attention to what people do.
Yeah, it's all about counting the eggs here and counting the teams in the lobby. We already lost a couple too, though. So kind of just going back to your point, like you never know who might be behind which boulder, in which bush. I think losing a couple teams earlier on definitely helps eliminate some of the risk. And as I say that, well, the zone saying, hey, I don't care how many teams got eliminated here early on. I'm just going to go up north casually. Throw a wrench in the plan of like, hey, gaming, you're down there in the south. Who cares? Now you gotta move your way all the way up here. The zones tonight in general have been pretty exciting. I mean, that's a storyline in its own because they haven't been easy. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I don't think it's really been just hardship one side to the other. Oh, wait a second. The slam, Dave. Dark Knights with the bridge camp.
Kippa Boss, DBS, we need the Joe! The Joe! So close. But fortunate for Kippa Boss, his squad mates up there on the hilltop laying down some great cover fire. Meanwhile, Kippa Boss just relaying the intel back and forth, like, hey, he's behind this crate. There's two of them. They're on me. Just push it. One of them's going in the water. And that's exactly what they're doing. Intel is key. This should be a point going the way of the Dark Knights. Now let's see what Vic can do with this grenade and the intel. Vic looking to cook that one to perfection, and Vic got him.
No, I think that was a thirst there, Dave. But I mean, it's still there, and they gotta kind of do this fast. Dark Knights have a third party.
Oh, the third party
force, I think,
from Brute.
In the back.
Oh, that was that's unlucky, but that is to be expected on Sanhok. The third party potential, it's always there. It has to always be at the back of your mind here, especially when you're at a bridge, you know? It's going to be one of the hot spots.
Yeah, and the sad thing is, you know, the Overwatch player, I believe it was Joe, just getting knocked earlier on, and now it's just a solo on the bridge. You're just kind of holding hands, debating if you want to take the fight sooner versus later. But I believe also Brute Force is getting shot in the back by another squad. Not too sure which team it was. I believe it was ARO Esports.
There they go.
So maybe a bit of a saving grace. And
Dark Knights.
You hate to see. Oh!
Yeah.
Tragic.
We'll get back to that. Dark Knights, was the bridge camp worth? Question mark. I like it. But I don't know. I want to see them continue to just kind of get some consistent points. So yes, they're in first. Yes, top 6 is the goal, but you still want to see them shine, right? Because you want to see what they're made out of. But talking about seeing what they're made out of, this is what we were chatting about moments ago. Supremacy starting to show up here on this Sanhok map. They were playing neighbors for the time being with SPG. Looks like they're finally evicting them right there just in time for elimination. So yeah, Enigma, I mean, thoughts. Dark Knights, I mean, they're obviously letting that first place kind of slip through their fingers here almost, but what are your thoughts, I mean, on that?
I think it's just a little too casual of play. You know, you're not really caring too much anymore, at least in my eyes of it. And you're just allowing yourself kind of get picked off. You're kind of forgetting that other people are still playing this at the highest level. And no names. I mean, they've had some bright moments, but it really hasn't been lasting. And now they're up against a fight with NAIX Esports, and it's not even close, Dave. 2 freebies for the squad, and there goes No Name again. Yeah. Interesting pull-up. But I like what you said about the Dark Knights. They're playing really relaxed here, and that's to be expected. You know, in their minds, they already qualified, right? Top 6 is the goal, but I still want to see them perform
at their best abilities, because in my mind, like, that's going to give a good glimpse to the rest of the world, like what we can expect during the grand finals. But then on the flip end, some teams, they like to keep it closer to the chest, you know, like their play style, their rotations. So they might not want to give it up either. So I get it from both sides. We'll see 2 more games to go. Dark Knights and the Falcon White squad have 2 more games to kind of battle it out for that first place. But talking about battling it out, hard-based team looking for the third party. That's going to be Shaky Corps out there in the crosshairs with brute force. And it looks like Shaky Corps, well, they bit off a little more than they can chew, and brute force put a stop to that push.
Yeah, and I mean, brute force has always been the squad that's been winning these kind of do or die fights, clutching it up in that last player. And we see it, you know, 5 eliminations on just Neo. So really a pillar, I guess you could say, for the squad right now. But that's not all the points you can get. You need to be able to clutch it up and get the placements. Now, obviously, we're down to just 7 teams in the lobby. A lot of early game fighting, especially with the zone like this. There's water in play. You're bound to have more teams fight each other earlier on for those elimination points. But now is the part where, you know, it comes down to that map movement, that sort of macro play, whether you rotate early or not. And we saw with game 1, Everest Gaming gave it up because they allowed other teams to make rotations that they possibly could have prevented. We'll have to wait and see if, you know, brute force is able to make rotations themselves to secure a top 3 finish.
It's almost as if brute force are living up to their team name. Like, most of their points come from the brute force. Like, placement points, that's not the name of the team, Enigma. All right, yeah. It's all about that brute force and their gun skills. And well, I love seeing it, but at the end of the day, you want to be a squad that kind of has like that 50-50 split, in my opinion, when it comes to where you get your points, right? Because with a solid 50-50 split, you show that you can get into fights, you can win fights, but you also show, you know, how to rotate, you know how to survive, and you know when to pick the fight. All right, sure, you get into all the fights you want, but eventually you're gonna have to make a decision. Like, do we take it? And if we do, if we win, we get 4 points. But what's the goal? You know, the goal, in my opinion, is always to win the chicken. So is the fight necessary to get to that goal, or are we just taking a fight to take a fight, essentially?
Yeah, and I think it's just, you know, you burn a lot of stuff, especially if it gets dragged out. Luckily, a lot of these fights I think we've seen here today has been pretty quick. Unless it's that first zone, we're seeing a lot of teams kind of go down, maybe losing only 1 or 2 players. Really clean gunfights overall, but with Sanhok, you know, it's just everyone's holding hands with each other. You're on the other side of a wall, kind of just having that little neighborhood barbecue where you never see each other, but you have a full-on conversation and stuff like that.
You can smell it in the
air.
Yeah,
you can smell it. You're like, hey, man, do you want to play to this? And you hand it over the wall, like that sort of stuff. Now, for this, it would probably be like a Molly or something, which I wouldn't want, but you know, everyone's got their own idea of how they're wanting to play this match. And unfortunately, for a lot of these teams, there's still water in play. It kind of centered down on this, I guess, crossroads of the street. And it's only a matter of time before someone starts getting, like he said, evicted out of their compounds they chose to hold.
Yeah, looking at teams and their positions, one position that really stands out to me, you mentioned with the circle, there's some water in play, but there's also like that little island north of boot camp that I believe Hate Gaming, they have a trio on the island, big chilling, you know, drinking mojitos, enjoying the weather. If the circle hardships on the island, like, that's a 200 IQ play. I know there's some cliffs that might block those sight lines. So even if it doesn't favor them, I think they're in a really good spot to potentially sneak up behind one of the teams if they're not really paying attention. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, and I think the main key part is a lot of these teams are expecting it either to center or go towards that western cliffside that you just noted. But I think there was a tournament way back in the day and one of the PMCOs that actually ended on that island. And no one expected it. It was some random team that was holding the island. And they ended up winning it, of course, because, you know, everyone starts to have to do that little jump. That's not a swimmable spot in the water unless you're towards the cliffside. So You're going to start being, you know, a little water gopher, I guess you could say, like a seal or something, sticking your head out. So all these people, you know, we're going to have to start seeing it. And the zone shift happens, Dave. It goes southeast. It centers up, I believe, onto, I want to say, gosh, HBT actually. So a team that is needing points right now, actually getting a bit of zone bless, and all these people that opted to play towards the north really going to have to fight each other coming into the zone.
HBT 10th place right now. All these teams just trying to make up their mind on what's the best, the most optimal position to hold down for the late game. That island end game, I think I was there too. Was the winning play like a grenade bounce off a boulder and somebody like jumped off the cliff? They jumped off the cliff and threw the grenade at the same time. Is that the same game?
I'm thinking it is. Some sort of hero play.
Yeah, it was a hero play. I was there.
Hero plays.
Well, I'm here now, so
you make heroes is what I'm hearing.
I make heroes. Hate Gaming still a whole squad. HBT, we got 4 teams pretty much with the complete roster still active here. So let's see. Supremacy going to be tested right now as ARO just casually driving on by, looking for a new spot to call home, but that rotate just not it, Chief. Just not it. A couple points going to their opponents there.
Yeah, and Hardbass, I think, got one of those on the buggy slam. The guy did make it, but someone's already at the compound. I mean, there's not much you can really do about it.
Not
zone shift, you're all the way on the north, and now NAIX, the team on that cliffside on the west, looks like they're actually trying to move out of the compound. Now just starting to hug trees and that sort of stuff. Only you can prevent the forest fires, but Spotty now, I mean, everyone's just looking at you now. And I mean, the jungle it's to your demise now.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I think for me, playing a little slower might be the call here. Just if you're one of these teams on the edge, of course. That's just my 2 cents, but it's really not working out right now for our boys on the west side of the beach, the shoreline. Yeah, they're gonna be taken out right there. 6 elimination points going over to Supremacy. We still got 5 teams in it. 3 of those teams, the complete roster still alive. So it's going to be interesting late game.
Yeah, and I mean, we could see that sort of live point tracker on the right. Supremacy actually really getting a few good points out of this match. I'd like to see them convert it into possibly a top 2 or a win, because the other teams are above them. You're going to need to start passing people eventually. You've got 7 eliminations to your name, but I mean, you're wanting every point you can get right here.
Yeah, that's what we continue to chat about when it comes to the leaderboard. Like 1 win with a couple eliminations, well, that'll catapult you within top 6. You know, that's the goal here. So Supremacy truly coming in this match with barely anything to their name here already, with 7 eliminations, looking to seal the deal. Hate Gaming, a couple of them swimming to shore here. The Navy SEALs, looks like a couple of them were able to sneak up on shore, but Sun 7 spotting that out with the M4. And well, we're trying to close the gap here. We're trying to keep Hate Gaming pinned behind the boulder for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, it's the edge of zone. We still got 1 or 2 zone shifts going on. It's only stage 6. So I think if you're Supremacy, you're kind of just waiting for Hate Gaming to be forced off of this boulder. Now, obviously, the zone could hard shift onto them and they might get a bit of a saving grace. But for the most part, the percentages are essentially 95-5 on it shifting off of you. And in my eyes, those are 3 free points. Supremacy in a spot to make it up to 11 eliminations and then put themselves in a spot to have a straight up 4v4 fight with Hardbass, who's actually been able to kind of sit at this compound all game, Dave. We haven't really seen much of him because we've been just kind of vibing in the center, and all the action, of course, was on the edge. But the zone shift happens. Hardbass, I believe, isn't blessed enough. Actually, wait, they might be. Maybe a bit of a dash.
It looks like all the teams really needed to just move a smidge up, right? So Supremacy on the high ground, no longer in play. Maxi through the window with the M4, spotting Moon over there. Well, Supremacy, it looks like Frost, really tunnel vision right now on to Hate Gaming, so we're not going to be able to provide the support to Moon on the high ground, but Sun might be trying to double back. I mean, Supremacy really split here, trying to hold as much of this end zone as possible, but it's going to come down to like being able to hit your shots. And Not let it slip through the fingers. Frost with the M4 out there, tossing some grenades, some nice free-fire shots through the smokes, but Frost not the only one with the idea. And there goes Hate Gaming on the beach, on the shorelines, eliminated down to Supremacy and Hardbass team. Hardbass team, 7 eliminations. A little bit of hardcover to work with for the time being. Maxi knows exactly where Moon is. Moon and Sun working together as a unit, trying to toss out some grenades, rain down hell from above. Looks like they have this boulder to work with for the time being. Maxi's still popping off there, though, from the compound. Moon over peeking right there. It's up to Sun. The one-man army. Sun getting a nice trade, but the grenades are starting to come out. What can Sun do? The one-man army behind the boulder, catching a grenade, taking some blue zone damage while they're at it. And, well, Hardbass team coming out on top. Keeping cool, calm, and collective in the late game, really, and just popping out of the compound when necessary to seal the deal to get the win, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think the main issue, I don't think it was Hardbass really making too crazy of a play. I think it's just they played it nice and clean. You allowed Hate Gaming to get a few knocks onto, you know, Supremacy that was holding the hillside, and I think the split that Supremacy was holding was needed. UG had to keep Hardbass Gaming in the compound like he needed to, but his 3 other teammates were getting knocked. Everyone taking peeks and everyone getting knocked in isolated spots. It's not like you're able to get reset off and stuff like that. But looking at the team stats here, we could see, you know, a few players maybe a little bit lackluster, more so. Obviously, Saya, like at the end, was getting a bit of damage in, but I mean, the 2 main players are obviously going to be Maxi and Raikage.
Yeah, and really Maxi really keeping Supremacy underneath their thumb in that late game. I mean, had them pinned down, had them marked, and wasn't letting it go either, right? So, I mean, we saw the pickup, the revive in the late game from Supremacy, but Maxi still coming out on top. I mean, talking about just want to make sure to secure some points. So, GG's to them. Well, here's Game 3 MVP, only from Brute Force. Brute Force, we were chatting about him here a lot on this Sanhok map and a lot of engagements. And, well, 873 damage for Neos.
Yeah, and I'm always just surprised seeing just individual players like this dropping 900 damage, because it felt like they went eliminated, you know, 8th, 9th, 10th place or something kind of earlier on. Having a lot of fights, you know, that's kind of been the name of the game with those points they've been getting, but dropping 900 damage, it's like, geez, he was really on something that match.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm saying it almost every game. There's always one player that just gets in that flow state, you know, and just really starts popping off for the squad. So, I mean, it shows here, it wasn't just him in the lobby getting those eliminations up. Obviously, 99 was up there with 5. We've got Raikage with 5. And, you know, some familiar names, unfortunately, not a good sign for these lower end teams that are starting to need the points badly.
Yeah, and, you know, it all comes down to the esports pose. You know, you got that esports pose, you're putting in the damage without a doubt. Neos was the person I was chatting about in the pre-show when we were kind of looking at all the images. I wanted to ask you, like, what was your go-to esport pose? I know you got like the fingers under the chin, you got the crossing of the arms from the sideways, you got the peace sign, like the go-to
for me was I guess the fist over like your heart, like chest kind of thing, like you're almost saluting. That was mine, but I remember Bayo and stuff like that, they did the hand under the chin. A lot of people with glasses do it, like where they're holding it. But anyway,
what about the salute? The salute from the side salute.
It was never one, and I never liked where they would hold their wrist. I think Spec was a big one that liked that pose. I never was a fan of it.
What are you holding your wrist for? Like it hurts from cranking 360s.
The gyro's too much.
The gyro, yeah, okay, makes sense. But talking about making sense, Hardbass team and 19 points. So that's kind of been the theme here. Is if you win the game, at least in the first 3 games, you're definitely putting up some eliminations to go to boot. And if I'm not mistaken, on average, our teams are like around the 20-point mark when they win. And that's just taken into consideration both eliminations and points. And you know what? That just catapults you up in the top 6, like we saw last game with Falcons White. So I'm really curious to see what the overalls might be.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't help but notice as well, you know, second place Supremacy, they got 15 points that game. They were just 4 points behind Hardbass. And for a team like that, I mean, you were down virtually, I think, just in 16th place coming into this match, somewhere close to it, if not. And 15 points, I mean, you talked about it, I believe it was around that 15, 20 point mark of getting yourself into that top 6. Now, obviously, Brute Force is up there as well. And the overall rankings are kind of showing it here. Dark Knights, of course, in that first place. But Falcons, they had a dominant second game, now getting past it by not 1, but 2 squads on that Sanhok.
Yeah, it happens, right? But Dark Knight's still in first place with 40 points. So they got a 10-point gap between them and Hardbass team right behind them in second place, chomping at the bits. And 7-2-1 now in third place, like you said. Falcons White getting bumped down the leaderboard. Brute Force, though, still in the mix. 4 placement points. What is only 4 placement points? Most of their points coming from eliminations. And, well, they're getting the job done. Talking about teams not getting the job done.
A lot of familiar names here.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Asalt squad, only 1 point after 3 games.
Hey, but
ARO, only 5.
Dave, okay. Someone's got to hold the bottom of the leaderboard up, okay? Not everyone. This ain't AYSO where everyone's getting a trophy, okay? You got to be top 6. Now, Supremacy, though, we got to shout out. They moved up. I believe they got, 15 points that last game. So from 1 to 16, you go from the bottom up to the top. And now it's obviously the bottom 8 of the leaderboard we're looking at. But 16 points, I believe 6th place was right around that 20-point mark. So you're still in contention still. It's all going to come down to how these next 2 matches play out for these squads.
Imagine a tournament where there's like a bingo card style, and one of the bingo cards, bingo cards is like the leaderboard flips. So like last place becomes first place. Like I want the bingo card style tournament with like $1 million prize pool. Just make it crazy as heck, you know. But that's just me. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back. 2 more games to go. EU finals. Don't go anywhere. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, watching live, watching the VOD. Welcome back to more games to go. Mustache Dave, Enigma, bringing you all the action on the mic for the Lidoma International Series EU Finals. Baby, boom, right there. Enigma, 2 more games to go. I gotta know thoughts, man. What are your thoughts here?
Well, obviously, you know, there's Dark Knights popping off. You know, there's a reason why they're in first, and you know, every team that's won a match here tonight, including Falcon, and then after that, Sanhok. I mean, Hardbass. It's those squads are proving that, you know, a win gets you up into that top 6. But a team that's really kind of been surprising has been Brute Force. Their placement points, I think, was second to least on that first 8. They had 4, with the next place having 3 below them. So the elimination points, they're starting to book them up a lot. And, you know, that squad, I think it's kind of coming down to that maybe 3rd, 4th zone range where if they just win that fight, they get into that top 3 placements. And that's when a squad like that really explodes.
Yeah, it's starting to get pretty spicy when it comes to like that 6th place, that 7th place, the cutoff when it comes to qualifying for the grand finals. So, ladies and gentlemen, match number 4, sending it back to Erangel, the second one of the evening. After this, only one more game to go. Remember, the goal, top 6. Top 6 teams from the EU finals. This lobby will be competing in the grand finals on the 19th for a total prize pool of $5,000. And, of course, to be the grand finals champions here of the Lidoma International Series. And they're going to be versing the top teams from Turkey and MENA as well. MENA, those teams already qualified yesterday, and the Turkish teams will have their shots at qualifying tomorrow. So a lot of PUBG Mobile action happening this weekend on the 19th, and well, that's what I love to see, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, I always liked the idea of playing every weekend, whether it was scrims or tournaments, and, you know, having the pleasure of casting it now really just kind of gives me that nostalgia trip each time of seeing the playing path. You know, if I was dropping here, how would I rotate and stuff like that.
Oh, somebody hot dropped Titan Series. Don't mean to cut you off, but Ale hot dropped Titan Gaming. I mean, that is in military base. I see both of those team tags. I don't mean to cut you off. I want to get back to that, but this right here, Ale is trying to play spoiler, trying to keep Titan Gaming out of the grand finals. Can they do it, though? This is Titan Gaming's home. They know every single room, every single nook and cranny. Flip, my dude, with 1 HP, able to zig and zag with the Bison to take out Ale. Ale with the intentional hot drop to really play spoiler. That was insane, Enigma.
Listen, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to. That was 100% a Bison diff. I mean, the only gun, you know, maybe you get a 249, you can do the same thing there, but the Bison, I mean, the 50-round mag, you hit the pre-fire with the SMG, hip fire spread. I mean, just absolutely rolling. I mean, you said it best yourself. The idea of contesting a team like that. Now, you had said at the start of the broadcast, this is a squad that, you know, is able to perform when they need to. And unfortunately, the first 3 games, actually, they haven't been able to do so. So now I think with that big engagement win against Ale might really start putting the burners on them, being like, hey, you know, we're starting needing to warm up, and this is a great way of doing it.
Yeah, great way to kickstart their match number 4, but I'm seeing flashbacks from game number 1 because the circle is going to be up there in the northwest. So we almost have like a very similar situation where they're going to be eluding the military base, and we also have Brute Force in Novo, who they might opt to do the same exact play. Hopefully Titan Gaming learned a thing or two, obviously, from game number 1. But just the South in general, there's a lot of gatekeepers right now in the South. So Titan Gaming, though, Enigma, I got to get your pro. Obviously, we got the eye in the sky, right?
Yeah.
But I need your pro mind right now. Like, Titan Gaming, how do they make it into that first circle? Like, where's the path?
I think you just honestly tank the blue zone, and everyone, you know, if you land at a drop spot and no one's with you, there's nothing else but to watch that kill feed move. Obviously, you see Titan Gaming's fighting. Now, they didn't lose anyone. That's a big thing. Titan Gaming did keep 4 up, so it might deter people from bridge camping you, but that doesn't mean there isn't zone camping. You could sit on the south side, kind of just sit up in a shack, a boulder, whatever the case may be, and just wait it out. So if you're Titan Gaming, I think you just kind of sit on the south side, maybe even across the bridge if you're that paranoid about it, and you just wait for that, maybe that second zone shift to happen, and then you start gunning it, because then that's when you know, hey, these teams are going to start moving in as well. Maybe you spot them going in on rotate, so you have a kind of a read on where they're at. And thankfully for them, the zone isn't as far to the west as it was previously. So Brutal Force might opt into just taking that mill to bridge towards Falcon, allowing them kind of just reserve themselves and wait in the blue zone. But looks like a lot of teams, though, right now are starting to make the rotations. Obviously, hard base, stuff like that. They've already found vehicles, trying to just do a little bit of looting on the way in. And I think the north side of the zone, Dave, is going to be a lot of free pickings for teams, and be a real disaster for some of these southern teams like Titan Gaming if it opts to goes towards that shooting range side.
Yeah, north side shooting range, Severny wide open right now, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, if you're keeping up to date with what we're laying down here, I gotta ask though. I'm a dreamer. All right, that's me in a nutshell. Like, is there ever a world where Titan Gaming take a boat tape that actually works? Listen, I know, but with all kind of like all things considered, you know, kind of just piggybacking on all the bad things that might happen that you just outlined, like, would a boat tape be viable? Question mark.
I'd think almost Brutal Force would be in a position to do it on the east side, because you tank blue zone. No one went up towards Kameshi. You can get vehicles because the botation might be nice. They could go around this west side maybe. But what do you do after that? NAIX took all the vehicle spawns at the George crates and stuff like that. No Name is on Zarky. They like kind of playing that edge roll, it seems, on these northern zones. So it's like, even if you get in, you pull up to an apartment building that might get hard shifted off of. Now, maybe they just need some blessing like that. Maybe they just need some bit of zone love from the PUBG gods to help their way. But, you know, thankfully for them, they're not relying on that too much. That 4v4 fight at the beginning was kind of a telltale sign in my eyes that this team's starting to warm up a bit, which for us is obviously good intentions. You and I have a lot of high expectations for them. But with that being said, there's other teams in the lobby, and ultimately only one team's going to win the match.
And look at that, Brute Force not opting to go for that same play. Actually going to be using the East Bridge from Novo. So Titan Gaming able to cross that bridge for free, and they actually stopped on the other side. Like, hey, where is everybody? No one's here. No one's trying to bridge camp us this game. Like, what's going on? No, but I love to see them kind of going for that leapfrog scouting. You know, make sure the coast is clear and not just straight up send it to the zone. It's definitely what the more veteran teams tend to implement, right, in their rotations. But I think part of me also sees them, or, you know, kind of surprised, right? Like, where is someone hiding in a bush over there? Like, because you have to assume, like, people know Titan Gaming are going to be rotating on this bridge for the most part. So interesting to see nobody really opting to gatekeep them here in circle number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, with them being kind of on that edge factor, that's a team that can pop off. I actually would have liked to see Brute Force kind of just force that fight. You know, knock on wood. I guess it's irony, sort of, with saying it. But
you mean on Falcons White?
Well, on either team, I think they should look for the aggression play, because they've been winning. They're 3 for 3 essentially on these early game fights, and exactly as I said, Falcon now getting caught out by Brute Force.
Brute Force, very, I would say, probably the most aggressive team between them and Hate Gaming in the lobby, especially when it comes to like early to mid game engagements. Constantly seeing them get involved here. And well, they got a couple eliminations on to Falcons White, who Falcons White are up there within the top 6. So of course you don't want to lose a member this early on, but then at the same time, it's like, okay, it happened, right? And now they're going to be aware essentially, that there's going to be some opponents hunting them down. But that also kind of ruins the plan with playing Edge, right? Because now we see them kind of all in a hodgepodge looking for a spot to call home. And, well, they're running into Killer Joe. And Killer Joe is not somebody you want to find yourself up against. But Killer Joe actually going to be spotted, tagged, and bagged. And Kippa Boss trying to close the gap as quickly as possible. Maybe tossing out some grenades and, well, hopefully take out the duo over here, Falcons White.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised because this is essentially a 4v3 like car slam from Falcons. You had the opening knock, and I don't know if people just weren't paying attention to callouts when your teammates getting knocked. Like, hey, this guy is right on my wall. Someone shoot him, and you're ultimately getting thirsted. So really unfortunate stuff to see. And I believe there's a team, yes, 7-2-1 actually on this Western side. Brutal force as well. I mean, we're having 4 squads now just converging down and all this gunfire. And I mean, if you're Falcons, I think this is kind of a win. You're in, you know, the thick of it, having teams chase you. You end up just slamming a random compound. It's Dark Knights, unfortunately, but you win the 2v2 on a slam, which is hard to do. And now you just have a safe spot in zone.
Oh my goodness, is this brute force kind of still on the hunt almost of Falcons White? I think so.
It's gotta be.
They're pulling up. Like, brute force, they're not letting this one go, man. They are stubborn, and I love it. But we do have to be mindful of 7-2-1 on the hilltops across the way, if I'm not mistaken. So we don't see them on that mini map, but they might be looking for a third party.
Oh.
But Dark Knights taking the grenades from brute force right there. Oh, there's another esports post we forgot about, the heart one. Yeah, that's a classic one too.
That's a great one.
That's a great one.
Gotta love that one.
So yeah, Ale and Dark Knight. So Dark Knight, they had one pop-off game.
Yeah.
After that, though,
it's kind of
getting
slowing. It's slowing down.
Slowing it down, yeah.
Now, my thing is they have that 10-point gap. And I feel like Falcons is doing the same thing as them, but not having that 11-point or that 11 elimination second Miramar, you know? So some of these squads that got these earlier wins maybe kind of just got too lackadaisical. And I'd made note of it at the start of the broadcast of, you know, these teams need to make sure that even if you get a win, don't drop a goose egg. Drop 4 or 5 points, just accumulate it and just kind of stroll on by the finish line. But now, I mean, look at it. Ale, the team that went for that hot drop, 7th place, they're only, you know, they're tied essentially. Actually, now I'm looking at it for that top 6, and all these teams down below have a few elimination points to their name. I'm looking at Titan Gaming. They're going from 8 to 12 essentially right now. If they have a good game, it's all theory crafting right now between you and I. But
for sure,
there's obviously room for people to really start making those leaderboard jumps we talk about.
Oh, here comes Titan Gaming. Lemon in the front lines with the DBS, trying to flush out Everest Gaming. Hard boy, by the way, cooking a grenade, tossing it, trying to connect on the Lemon. Is it good? Titan Gaming are awfully grouped up together, so a really solid grenade could potentially seal the deal. But Titan Gaming just going to be playing together in Sunken City. Another squad out there in the distance, rotating on by. Everybody wants a piece of Sunken City right now. Very difficult spot to really fight. You know, that water slows you down. If you do decide to make a push through there, for whatever reason. But it looks like for the time being, Everest and Titan Gaming gonna be friendly for the time. As long as you don't peek my window, as long as you don't knock on my door, you can have it. You can have it for now.
Yeah, and one thing I want to make quick note of is the Assault squad actually opted to slam the SBG compound while 2 of the teammates kind of just bailed out. I'm not sure what the comms were there. Maybe they thought there was more spots open in zone, but SBG essentially just got 2 freebies, and now Assault, the squad that has really been needing points, like it's just looking like they're falling apart.
Yeah, they are in last place here. And honestly, going back to that leaderboard, the tracker, Ale, the hot drop, I just don't think that was it. I don't think that was it, champ. Yeah, Titan Gaming would have been nice, but Titan Gaming are still alive, and now you're in 7th place, right behind Hate Gaming, who are still alive, right?
Yeah.
And they have all 4 of their squad mates alive. So Hate Gaming can really start to strengthen their gap in 6th place. And yeah, I don't know about the hot drop. But going back to Dark Knights, they qualify. Right? They got one more game after this, 40 points. Maybe they're showing up so they don't get fined. I don't know. But, I know we're kind of going back and forth. I don't want it to sound too hard on them. But at the same time, we want to see the top team, be consistent, like you said. But maybe they're saving it for the grand finals because 40 points, they definitely stamped their ticket to make it, without a doubt. I mean, they're 20 points ahead of 6th place, so they are for sure secured.
Yeah, and I think, it's also the title of what 1st place at this portion of the tournament gets you. It's not like we're in semis or stuff like that. We're in the regional finals for Europe right now.
Yeah.
MENA was yesterday. We had seen teams butchered and that sort of stuff. Now, obviously, everyone's got their worth of weight in gold when it comes to certain titles and what tournaments, but this is a regional final. You're against teams you're going to be going against in general, and the next stage is you playing against international top teams. So if you're wanting to play against the best, I'd like to see you put the effort throughout all 5 games here tonight and finish in that 1st place, no matter if you get it by 1 point or by a 20-point gap.
But talking about the gap, it is getting close, though.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, think in my head, 6th place after next game. I'm thinking it's around, 26 points, maybe. At least around there, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that just spices us up a lot more when it comes to, who's going to qualify and who's not going to qualify. HBT, I'm pretty confident they're safe as well. 30 points. 7-2-1. I don't know. Like I said, if it's 26 points, it's going to be close, right? Because look at 17, 15, 16. This game is crucial for Shaky Corps. It's crucial for Supremacy. They could still, even Everest Gaming. If they have a really solid game with some points, some elimination points. They're looking at qualifying here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking, above 11th place essentially on that leaderboard overall. And I'd like to include Titan Gaming if they could get a solid game in, but unfortunately right now, they had those 4 elimination points early on. They took this early slam, which I actually thought was a great play. Now it's just losing a player. They're down to just 3, but I have to put a note into that because Everest Gaming, this is a squad that's had zones most of these games. They're finally getting slammed. I believe it's Hardbass on the compound on the edge of zone.
Yeah, and Everest, 9th place, the team that we were just talking about. They need some points here this game. They got 4 eliminations so far. They still got a duo alive. Hard Boy from behind, looking to get the shots in with the M4, but going to be close in the gap, inching their way closer to the DBS barrel, but the crossfire right there coming in clutch. Hard Boy, though, eventually spotted out there in the open. Only 1 more alive for Everest. Hopefully they can crawl into the garage, get the pickup here, and look at that. Leaderboards moving up after that fight. 6th place for Everest Gaming after that fight. Hopefully they get the reset.
Yeah, and look at how many teams on that top 8 side of the leaderboard are gone. We're only having 3 of the top 8 still alive in this match. So this is the round. If you're wanting to move up, you better be showing up for it. And the zone, I mean, with the water and stuff like that in play, it could be literally anyone's game right now, depending on the shift, depending on how individual players decide to move around the map. All comes down to these next few zones.
Yeah, SPG, I think we need a win with a good amount of eliminations. All right, they still have the whole squad alive, but this circle, like you said, it's going to be a difficult one, man. That water just kind of weaving its way in between the north and the south here. Titan Gaming still alive, 5 eliminations. Looks like they're going to begin the pickup on their squad, man. This is going to be Sunken City. This is the fight we were chatting about. It was bound to happen. Now Everest, they did get the full squad reset. You love to see it. What you don't love to see, though, is Titan Gaming getting pinched from behind here. Let's see if they can put a stop to Everest.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4-man. You should know by now who's kind of in front of you. And, I mean, there goes Asalt, unfortunately. Really just struggling as a squad. But now our eyes are turned to Everest Gaming. You're the team that needs to make it into the zone. I actually wasn't a fan of those early shots on the Titan Gaming. I felt you could have gone a little bit closer. Because now Titan Gaming knows there's a force coming into him from the back. They have 6 eliminations on the board as a squad together. And I mean, they're in zone here. I'm not sure if Everest has got a little bit of a sliver of a building in play on the edge, but I mean, you're going to really start being elbow to elbow with neighbors.
Yeah, definitely agree. I felt like Titan Gaming were more focused on getting the revives and the heals as well, too. So taking those shots, maybe a little too soon, but talking about being too soon. Ooh. Shaky Corps out here with the DBS back against the wall. That's not where you want to find yourself, but the DBS battle out here looks like Shaky Corps will be finding themselves eliminated here on game number 4. But going back to this fight, I want to see this fight. Titan Gaming, can they keep out Everest? This is a huge fight. Titan Gaming obviously need this win a lot more. Looks like Lemon trying to push with the pre-grenade, pushing through the doorway with the DBS. Can we get another one? Can we do it? 10 slugs to go. Yes, we can. Making Bob the Builder proud out here. Lemon putting in work here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, that pre-nade, he knew that player took damage. He understands he has to get out of that main room and just absolutely just barrel stuffs the guy like a turkey. And thankfully, afterwards, his teammates were able to get another knock and support and ultimately allowing himself to take that sort of 1v1 engagement and get away with it. So a lot of these teams, you know, kind of just not really checking their corners and understanding what certain players have to do in certain situations. And Everest Gaming, I think it's time and time again, I've talked about it here tonight on the broadcast, of just being in spots and just not really playing it correctly.
They definitely have the potential to qualify, though, without a doubt, after their eliminations here in this map. But really, in my eyes, Titan Gaming down to just a duo. This was their comeback moment. 8 eliminations here. Lemon, Tresley going to be the last 2 alive here. So we'll see what they can accomplish. No names. 077K behind the tree.
Hey, I
healing up.
He's hugging it. I mean, he finally moved back off of it, but this is a team that liked playing that north side, and actually someone just hit an absolute Tom Brady of a throw onto him. No name now. It seems like they're in a spot to be looking for a push here maybe, but I mean, the zone's showing it. Everyone's basically, you're playing as a bridge troll on the slant. You're going to have to start swimming, being Michael Phelps, if you will. And I'm wanting to see some sort of movement sooner versus later. The zone is not going to be friends with you.
No names in 10th place. Looks like they are going for that slam just in time. Perk's going to be pulling up with the drive-by, the pre-fire DBS shots through the smokes, through the soft cover. They're going to be clearing this shack for the timing. They're gone. Hey, they're gone.
There's no one there.
There's no one here. Don't blow up the car, especially your own car.
Yeah, that's my car.
My car. I mean, you got the insurance, sure, but still not in the best of positions, right? Because they are going to have to, like you said, either go underneath the bridge and either send it to the water. Like, this is a very challenging end game we're finding ourselves in here. And we're down to 5 teams. Titan Gaming down to just a solo, by the way, if you're keeping tabs. But no names, still looking to continue to make some moves.
Yeah, moves are the name of the game. SPG was the squad that was just on that northern compound across Watertown, so to speak. They were able to, I believe, wipe out Titan Gaming, unfortunately. So, actually, wait, no. There's a solo alive somewhere still.
One more.
But essentially, I'm going to say it. Essentially eliminated.
Yeah, it's done.
One player. And look at that. He's actually underneath another SPG player. So, they know kind of where he's at. It's only a matter of time. And you know, we're actually down
unless
to the top.
Hate Gaming take him out.
Unless Lemon does
unless Lemon takes them out, actually. But look at the mini-map. I believe that's Hate Gaming. They're trying to close the gap. They're looking in this direction. So SPG, yes, we know there's somebody behind us, but how much do you tunnel on this solo? Ask the question. Do you give up your position and allow Hate Gaming to close the gap? Victor is going to be underneath the bridge. So Lemon pretty much pinched with the duo from SPG. They got him blocked dead to rights on both sides.
Yeah, another thing too is if you're watching this solo, you're giving up that northern side. No names having the opportunity. If they can kind of clean this up, they're actually getting gate kept by Hate Gaming so hard. I'm really surprised they haven't gotten it. Oh my goodness, here it is.
Look what happened. Exactly what I was talking about.
Oh,
exactly.
Man.
They were 2 tunnel vision on the solo, and they lost their position. Hate Gaming taking advantage of that one with their 2-2 split.
And I mean, unfortunately, it's going to be Titan Gaming is the team that's found out first in that engagement. But if you're SBG, I mean, you just sit there going, you know, what was the cost of doing this play?
Yeah,
like,
a win.
We knew it was a solo. We could have taken the solo out and filled this whole northern side of the road and essentially just really shooting themselves in the foot.
Talking about not shooting themselves in the foot, a couple no names, we saw them chilling in the water, just floating and relaxing, looking at the feed pop off. Lucky punch, DBS, but it doesn't matter because listen, Lions got the Molotov. Gonna be tossing them that way. I'm not going over there. That's what they said. But no names. I like the play. Just, you know, slow and steady. But let's see. We're trying to flush out the solo right here.
I mean, you got to get this. You can't have the Overwatch get knocked, and you got to get that last player. And I think actually Lucky was found out just now. Yes, he is eliminated.
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
So no name in a spot now, 4v3 situation. Unfortunately, having a teammate get knocked, and that was the Overwatch player actually. So now it's just, you know, you get the reset on the bridge, but Hate Gaming just converging around.
Did I not say they're ready for a win?
Hey, you said they were due. And they're doing their due diligence right now, Dave.
8 eliminations, Hate Gaming, the whole squad alive, surviving till the late game. No names doing a great job. Their best performance yet. 2nd place here this match. So that'll get them at least 6 points when it comes to placements, along with a couple eliminations. Will it be enough, though, to put them in a great spot for our final match coming up next for them to qualify? Top 6 is the goal. I don't know. That's up to No Name heading into Miramar in the last game. But winner, chicken dinner, a team that we keep talking about. Very aggressive squad. Hate Gaming, they've been on the ball here tonight. It was only a matter of time, and finally able to get the win. That's what feels good.
Yeah, and I think it was just they took that 2v2 split, I guess you could say, holding No Name on that northern side while having the 2 players wrap around to that SBG side. And you and I made note of it a lot at that point of just, you know, what's the thought process here, guys? What are we kind of doing? And it really just a mistake like that as a squad from Hate Gaming, as they recognized it, opened up the match completely for them, and they were able to capitalize on every aspect of the zone after that. So as a squad, you know, we see the stats here, a lot of them putting up decent damage numbers, and I can't help but look at Michi. I mean, 6 eliminations,
look at him in the
600
eyes.
damage. I'm looking him in the eyes, the mannequin eyes. So maybe
that's the guy Michi, I think, is going viral on TikTok for like a karate chop song. That's the karate chop guy. I don't know if you know, but you can look it up after this. But yeah, 606 damage, pretty solid across the board though. I mean, just looking at the numbers, everybody really trying to put in their best effort. Oh, there is. Oh, Michi, nice. MVP as well here. Okay, longest elim. Okay, don't see that.
Hey, I mean, he's putting in the work. There's nothing else to it, and that squad, I think they're kind of like the brute force, but just happened to get the win this time around of having that aggression. They were winning a lot of those early game engagements. I mean, we saw them with, I believe it was Shaky Corps or whatever. They lost that engagement on the cliff, allowing Hate Gaming to rotate in and ultimately win this match. So it always comes down to that zone 3 or 4 range. Take the engagement, you gotta win it.
Yeah, you know what would be a good fight? Like Hot Chop Brutes versus Hate Gaming. That would be I'm not saying I want that to happen, maybe I do, but it would be like a good matchup. Like you know, those 2 teams really aggressive, 2 of the most aggressive teams in my opinion throughout the evening, at least from being able to look from afar, right? So obviously I don't know what's happening in the game. It's probably a lot crazier than what I see, but yeah, those 2 teams pretty solid showing here tonight. Titan Gaming, I am looking forward to it, man. I want to see like the leaderboard after this. I know we got a couple more pages to go, but did they do enough to set them up in a spot where 6th place overall is doable, you know?
And I mean, it's a nice sign seeing 2 of them on the elimination leaderboard here, you know, 6 total from them. But unfortunately, I made note of it by zone 3 or 4, the top, I think 5 of 8 were eliminated early on. So it wasn't just them getting points, it was teams right next to them going up, which, you know, in some ways you could be like, hey, you know, that 6th place spot is still in contention because those top 5 or so teams didn't get points, but everyone else is going to be fighting you now for that spot. It's going all the way down to essentially that 12th place on the leaderboard of who's going to be able to make that top 6.
Yeah, and I know I saw a couple of fans in the chat throughout the evening cheering on ARO Esports as well. They've been having some real difficulties on their rotates, right? So one more game to go. Who knows? But what I do know is they got 0 points this game. Same could be said with Asalt Squad, 0 points. And another game, am I not mistaken, is this like the 3rd game in a row where Dark Knights, or at least the 2nd game in a row where Dark Knights only got 1 point? Like, yeah, it is what it is. They qualified. I'm just gonna say it. They already qualified, you know, so I'm not gonna be too hard on them. But GG's to Hate Gaming, 21 points this game.
Yeah, and I mean, Hate Gaming just really put on a clinic. 11 eliminations. I actually thought they're only around 8 or 9, but 11 is still, you know, a great number to finish strong on. Obviously, there were some other squads like NAIX and Titan that, you know, they put up a lot of elimination points, but unfortunately, if everyone in the pack moves up, you really feel like you're not making progress. And one squad that, you know, I gave a lot of grace to at the beginning, I'm kind of eating my own words with it now, is Falcon. They were only 2 elimination points this game, 0 placement. So that's kind of like 2 games in a row. I think they did bad game 1, won the 2nd match, and then the next 2 after were kind of just limping it across the finish line. I'm not too sure. The overall leaderboard will be the real deciding factor of who's kind of in that red zone, that hot spot.
Yeah, I guess that's the question, though. Yes, they had a bad game, but where do they stand on the overall? And holy cow,
jeez.
8 Gaming tied. Well, actually, they're going to be in 1st place right now. 41 points. Hate Gaming, Dark Knights, 41 points, 2nd place. I'm looking, though. My eyes immediately going to that 6th place. So 29 points right now. Right behind them, Falcons White. No longer in the running. Well, look at this. Titan Gaming, they've been climbing up here this evening with 1 more game to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just them, it's brute force. We're seeing, what is that, 1, 2, 5 of the teams in top 8, or actually this is top 9, having less than double-digit placement points. A lot of this has just been on the elimination points on the back end. Unfortunately, you know, Everest Gaming, they've had some spots in zone that I thought they'd be able to really pop off in. Maybe just fumbling under the pressure. And some other teams, you know, Titan Gaming, that's just, you're getting in spots, but that last game showed they were putting the burners on, but just not, maybe just a little bit too late in the tournament.
And brute force, they're still here though. Enigma only 5th place, right?
Yeah.
So they're cutting it close. Not gonna lie, but they are still in the top 6. So let's see if they can continue to demonstrate that brute force here. Coming into the last match. But Ale, that was kind of our question. Ale, hot dropping Titan Gaming, was it worth ? So now looks like Titan Gaming, they're actually gonna be in 9th place above Ale after that military drop.
Yeah, and I mean, there's obviously Shaky Corps and stuff like that too, where the first game was great from them, but unfortunately the rest of it kind of hasn't been that good. And you know, SPG, one of my more favorite teams, is, you know, unfortunately near the bottom of the leaderboard. But, you know, it happens. Someone's got to hold up that 16th spot and that sort of thing. But, you know, there's still a lot of time left for some of these middle of the pack teams coming to this last game to maybe kind of hit that mental reset. Be like, hey, you know, let's go in there, let's play our best, and let's leave it all out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got about 5 to 6 minutes to go. So these teams looking for that mental reset, especially Brute Force, 721, Falcons, Everest, Titan Gaming. Like, all 5 of those teams are just, boom, right there around that cutoff mark. Top 6 is the goal. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. 1 more game to go. Who's going to qualify for the grand finals? Well, we'll find out after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching live, if you're watching the VOD, we'll shout out to you. This is the Lidoma International Series EU Finals. All right, we had MENA yesterday. We'll have Turkey tomorrow. After this next and final map, top 6 will make it to the grand finals, where there's a $5,000 prize pool. Mustache Dave, boom, right there below. Mustache, my name's Dave. Easy peasy. Enigma over there. Boom. His name is what it is because that's what it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready. We're getting primed. We're getting into this match here very shortly. Enigma, how are things going for you, man? One more game to go.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised. A lot of these teams that I was kind of giving graces to really fumbling under the pressure, and we had made note of like those dark horse kind of teams. And I mean, Dark Knights, I don't think you can get much closer than having a horse in the logo or something, you know, but, you know, showing that, you know, they're a dominant force. And it hasn't been just them, you know, we've seen, you know, like SPG and stuff like that, where they maybe have a few good like eliminations, but everyone in the lobby seems to either have that one pop-off game and then just a few elimination points here and thereafter.
Yeah, it was interesting to see our hot drop last game between Titan Gaming and Ale. That was a spicy start to the match for sure. Will we have a hot drop this game? I don't know. We'll find out here very shortly. 8 Gaming finally getting their flowers after all evening of just being on the ball with their third parties and their aggressive plays here. So you love to see them qualifying, going up there at the top. Brute Force, a team I personally want to see make it to that next round. I really do appreciate their play style that they've been demonstrating here tonight. So hopefully with one more game to go, they can seal the deal. You know, they can get it done, get the job done here. The question marks for me, though, has to be Falcons. 7th place right now. Do they qualify? Do they make it to that next round? That's what I got my eye on here in this next match.
I mean, for the most part, I don't want to be that person because I voted on them being that first place. Obviously, I don't think they're going to reach that now. But for that squad,
that's a Titan Gaming.
I mean, you had came in. Well, I mean, they're not doing too hot here. SPG, well, yeah. We're all kind of, you know, cursing everyone how we want to. But, you know, for the Falcons squad, they had that 3-man first game. Don't know what was up with that. They win the second thinking, you know, hey, they're here to play and stuff like that. And then every game afterwards, it's just kind of been a lackluster performance. They're one of the only teams on that front page with a win. You know, obviously there's only 5 matches, so 5 teams theoretically could get a win. And if you're one of them, without being in that top 6, really isn't a good feeling. And coming to this last game, knowing that you have a win under your belt and you're still not in that top 6, you're really just questioning the consistency, whether it's yourself or your teammates or just the overall team atmosphere in general throughout just today's tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 5 of the Lidoma International Series EU Finals is now underway. Top 6 make it to the grand finals on December 19th with a $5,000 prize pool. So let's get into it, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, these people that are coming into it now, obviously a more decentralized playing path. We haven't really had one of these on the more larger maps. So I'm interested to see how many hot drops we're going to see with a lot of this northeastern side. Kind of gridlocked out too far for you to stretch. But if you're coming to this match, Dave, I got to ask you, which team on the borderline are you eyeing right now?
Borderline.
Are you eyeing right now?
You know I'm going for Titan Gaming. I mean, they're in 9th place. I consider them the borderline. I want to see them continue to progress in this lobby, and I would love to see them compete in the grand finals for sure. So, you know, above the borderline has to be Brute Force. I want to see them secure their slot, you know, make it to that next round. Really did appreciate all their games here this evening. But Falcons, Everest, Titan Gaming, those are teams beneath the borderline. I'm going for Titans, man. They got to pull the rabbit out the hat here this game. They don't need much, but they also need to outpace those teams above them on the same coin. So let's go.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, these people, it's put up or shut up time. You got to be able to perform this last match. And obviously, we kind of discredited, I think, Titan Gaming on that Erangel last match. They pulled through with an extra 4 or 5 points total, getting a few extra elims as a duo, being able to get into the next few zones. And some of these teams, you know, Dave, another hot drop with Ale.
Well, this fight, I understand.
More reasonable.
Ale need the points, right? Ale, they're going to be intense behind Titan Gaming. So if they're for an easier fight, picking on the last place team is definitely where you want to find yourself, of course. You want to try to shot right there up the stairway. Oh, we got another dude rolling up on the bus there. Guns a-blazing, looking to secure these 4 early elimination points up against Asalt.
Yeah, I mean, now they're storming the stairs. I mean, he's out in the back, but hits the pump first. Wait a second, Dave. Has a chance for another. Doesn't get it. I mean, the DBS just is supreme in every aspect of the pump. And now, I mean, absolutely, you're down to just a solo. Ale having 3 eliminations. You know, he's stuck there. And I think I just saw a Winchester get pulled out, Dave. So, I mean, heck, you might as well go for it at this point.
Best gun in the game, bro. Winchester all day. And had song VSS. So Winchester versus VSS, that would be a sight to see. But look at this. Dark Knights, final game of the evening. Second place now, actually, behind Hardbass team, right?
Yeah. Just behind. And
we're going right back. Oh, they want that. They want that. They'll want that, man.
I would have liked to see the melee at that point. I mean, the guy didn't even have his weapon out. Like, why even shoot the guy at that point? Oh! I don't know what happened there, but someone just got their head taken off.
Yeah, see you. Actually, no. First place is Hate Gaming. My bad. Hate Gaming, and then Dark Knights right behind them. So Dark Knights just showing up, having a good time. Yeah. Of course, same could be said with Hate Gaming theoretically, compared to teams who are really giving it their all. Teams that are giving it their all, like this is their do or die moment. Ale, one of those squads, right? And I think they're doing exactly what you should be doing when you are in this situation.
Yeah.
And that is hunting down the weaker teams in the lobby. I'm going to say it, you know, Assault really hasn't been performing here today. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Get those points and don't stop here though, right? Go on to the next. You won this fight, get the reset, try to scout out another one because yes, you're looking good. But when we're looking at our squad in 10th place, Ale, a win and 4 points with elimination still is not enough to do it, right? So you need to get a couple more to really feel confident that you'll be able to get that 6th place.
Yeah, and I think you kind of just start going for them each of those 4v4 fights, maybe till zone 3, zone 4, or you lose the player. Because if you keep taking engagements and you keep winning them out, I mean, you might as well keep going for them. And the points is the name of the game right now. You'd rather do it with eliminations and not placements because the zone could go anywhere. We've seen it choose its favorites, choose its saviors, I guess you could say, of certain games. And, you know, the good teams usually able to clutch it out, but the great teams are able to make it work when it doesn't shift to them.
Car 98 with the 8 times right there. My dude zooming on in. Spidey showing up here for 721. 721 up at the top. Oh, 6th place. This team is on the cusp. So they are technically in it. But they got a couple other teams on the hunt here to dethrone them. Spidey just having some good old times here with the 8 times, trying to take some shots at the tires possibly. But when we're looking at 721, dead center right now. And so for being a team on the cusp, and I'll let you add here, but for being a team on the cusp, dead center, I think I'm happy with, at least personally.
I think, you know, you got to recognize when you're supposed to play center and when you're supposed to play edge. Because anyone that rotates out of center zone, you can call them, you know, maybe a little bit strange or weird or maybe just dumb. But, you know, this is a squad. All these teams definitely know what they're doing when it comes to certain zones. And I believe it was 721 Spidey actually that had dropped like 6 or 7 eliminations on the first Miramar map. So, I mean, if Spidey's feeling the senses of, hey, you know, let's just stay at this compound, I kind of be listening to the guy. Like, you know, when someone's got that read, that sort of, you know, maybe like the moldy bread's telling him something or
The
whatnot. Like,
moldy
that's
bread.
kind of it. Like, you got to
Yeah,
listen to him at some point. Even if they never make the call out, it's the quietest person on the team and he starts feeling himself on a certain day, I think he's got to kind of go for it.
The moldy bread has Los Leones, some city on it with a circle to the left of it. You're like, okay, that's where this game's ending.
He cuts it and it falls like a certain way on the map, like exactly how it goes.
So 7-2-1 dead center, 7-2-1 the team in 6th place heading into this game. They are the cutoff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Titan Gaming near Crater Fields, you know, soaking up a little bit of blue zone damage. We'll keep tabs on them. Ale, south of El Pozo, they might be possibly clashing with what looks to be Hate Gaming, actually going to be rotating out from near Trailer Park. So we might have some more points on the board when it comes to Ale. Ale, of course, needing those points a lot more than Hate Gaming. Hate Gaming currently in 1st place, already qualifying. So if they lose that engagement, they're not going to be too sad, but Ale will be celebrating because this is what we were talking about. Ale, they are on the hunt. This is their game. They need to get eliminations, and you know, obviously a chicken would be ideal, but like a 2nd or 3rd place just might be able to get them in that 6th place position.
Yeah, I mean, people might get annoyed of us talking about it so much, but for these players, I mean, you're hawking the feed entirely. Maybe they've got a rough idea of what the score setting's looking like in this sort of tournament. And, you know, obviously some of these teams are still needing to rotate into the zone. The zone shift just happened, actually centered towards that western side of Los Leones, or I believe it's Picado, actually, excuse me. Still on the edge of it. We've got that big crater just south of Graveyard still in play. But a lot of these teams, you had made note of it with Ale and stuff like that, kind of funneling into the same rotational paths as each other. And not too sure if people are really going to be making it out unscathed.
Yeah, and not only that, like just the added pressure, the additional pressure that goes into the decision making. You know, when it comes to seeing a circle pop, knowing that you're not in there, knowing that any wrong move could be your last move and could be the end of your Lidoma International Series journey, right? So I got a feel for those teams around the cutoff, you know, and there's quite a lot of them actually around the cutoff here looking to secure themselves that grand final spot. So the pressure definitely on here on the final map of the evening.
I think the main team, which actually your favorite for the match, is Titan Gaming. And, you know, we're talking at least roughly a 10-point gap to 6th place. And, I mean, a win is 10 points. 1 elimination gets you 1. And, I mean, I'm thinking the number's going to be ending around 35 here on the match. The magic number,
35.
Anything above that, I think you'd be happy with in qualifying. So, I mean, everyone other than, you know, Dark Knights and Hate Gaming, I mean, I wouldn't be too confident with it. We've seen with previous tournaments, even 1st place dropping out of it. Now, that was obviously, I believe, a top 4 situation. Top 6 is a lot more forgiving for you, but with the placements like this, any sort of knock could be do or die. And, you know, maybe you're playing a central position and you get knocked. Maybe your teammates start to panic because it's up to them. So I'm interested to see who's kind of able to perform and whatnot. And, I mean, unfortunately, some of these teams, like Asalt, just weren't able to play that well today.
Looks like Spidey swapped out the car 98 8 times here. Something more. Oh, actually trading it. Looks like we traded it, actually, not swapped. Well, we swapped it, but we traded it with a teammate. So they are still going to be rocking that sniper here on this Miramar map. They did get a vehicle explosion out there in the distance. So going to be racking up at least 1 point here so far. Looking at ARO Esports, 15th. Last game, still all alive here. We're talking do or die when it comes to qualifying to the next round. Like, realistically speaking, best case scenario, what would ARO have to accomplish?
I mean, we're talking a 20 elimination game. Everyone else in that middle pack drops only 1 or 2 points, with Hate Gaming and Dark Knights accumulating the rest of the eliminations. But
Yeah.
unfortunately,
Foop's been falling. Hopefully they can get picked up in time. I don't mean to cut you off, but that's a huge.
No.
That's a huge fumble right there. Oh, 2 down from Titan Gaming. I know I was asking you about ARO, but that was.
This is, I mean, and this is the squad that's needing the pop-off. They need the first place, and it's just like, I don't know what happened there. Was he going for like a res? Maybe he pulled up and just hit the eject button too fast. We're seeing a lot of people around the map actually kind of just losing solos around the board. No name, you know, that was a team that was kind of on the cusp at the start. Really
Dark Knights are just shredding Titan right now.
I don't even know what to say at this point, Dave.
Dark Knights are picking apart Titan. They had a taste of Titan Gaming, and they're not letting it go. Titan Gaming down to just a soul. Man, that's a feels right there. You know, fan favorite for sure. One of the teams, at least I was hyping up in the pre-show, without a doubt, and for good reason. We've seen this team in multiple lobbies really be the Kings, right? The Kings, the dominant force. But with this being a one-day event, and you making a great point earlier on this evening, like some teams have good days, some teams have bad days. The only thing is, there's only one day here to qualify for the grand final. So if today's your bad day, well, you're not going to be making it on the 19th, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you know, it's not like Dark Knights is getting away with this for free. Obviously, SPG, unfortunately, getting the points now, just, you know, essentially 4 games too late. If they had this in the first Miramar showing, and oh man, getting the car stuck. I mean, you might as well check everything off the bingo card at that point, Dave. What could go wrong? How things happened? It's just, I mean, it's blackout at that point. You're covering everything.
Well, with Titan Gaming kind of fumbling the bag here this game, that
we're looking at top 9.
Yeah, that relieves a little more pressure for like Everest, a little more pressure for Falcons, maybe even 7-2-1, right? So, yeah, I mean, Ale as well, still in the mix.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say it relieves the pressure that much, because I mean, if you're not Brutal Force, you're out of it. Falcons, they do have 2 eliminations and a full squad, but a lot of these teams, they're needing to get more than just 6 or 7 points this game. They virtually need to put up double digits, whether it's 12, 13, 15 points, which in most of our eyes is going to be somewhere close to either top 2, top 3, or a first place finish. And everyone around the pack, we're seeing it 6th, 7th, 8th, even 9th place having 4 members alive. Really not a good feeling, because you really start stressing, where exactly is everyone at? You kind of start turtling up. And I think that's the mistake teams make the most, is when you start turtling up, you allow people to get away with certain things, especially with the last Erangel. We had seen, I believe it was Hate Gaming, making that coast rotate onto SPG and Titan Gaming, getting the free win on the match. So interested to see how this late game's going to play out. But a lot of these teams, I mean, it looks like they're not even going to make it to the late game with the rotations they're making, because 7-2-1, I like a lot of their spots, but really kind of just getting caught out in the open.
Yeah, and 7-2-1, a team that at least when it comes to the mid to early game here, at least what I've observed here tonight, not really that active. You know, they're a team, they like to bounce around from compound to compound and just wait it out that late game, which it's been working for them. You know, no shade that way. But when it comes to that last game, trying to get some elimination points to secure themselves, I don't feel like that playstyle really fits the bill, essentially. But we'll see. Aggressor stuck out here in the open. Their vehicle is going to be blown up. So saving Prior Ryan, maybe. But when we're looking at other teams' positions, I'm looking at Brute Force, man. I am loving their spot right now. On the west side. They're not in Las Leonas, but they're kind of overlooking Las Leonas, and they're also going to be overlooking in a nice spot to potentially gatekeep teams rotating in from the west as well. So Brute Force have a ton of potential here this game.
Yeah, and I mean, I can just take a little bit of a look over at the map. I'm seeing Falcon holding an insane spread on the south side because everyone that dropped on that north side, that western side of the map, all converged down onto these mountains. And you made a great note of brute force. Oh, almost getting one of their players' heads taken off. But brute force is in a position to third party a lot of these fights that are along this edge of zone. And you know, putting themselves in a position to just pick up free eliminations. It's a matter of now how the next zone shifts go. Can you actually get into him or not? And Aggressor,
is Aggressor hitting all these shots? Aggressor is hitting these shots with the car.
What is that, 4 for 4?
8 times. Finally, someone takes the home. The dude's in the open field hitting car 98 shots with the 8 times. Like, somebody do something. And finally, somebody did, not brute force, the ones who were soaking up the bullets, but Aggressive taken out right
4
there.
for 4, 5 for 5. I think it was 5.
Shot after shot.
For 5.
Shot after shot in the open field.
Shot.
No. Shot.
I'm not a singer, but for the most part, zone shift does close down and centers up towards those Los Leones warehouses. I'm seeing a lot of these teams on this western side actually opting to take a fight early on. Falcon being one that hold that southern side, putting the pressure onto Ale, and they're just absolutely wiped. And you know, you really hate to see it. 8th place, you were in such a great spot to really pop off, but Falcon putting themselves in the driver's seat when they need it the most.
Yeah, and Ale doing what they needed to do here this game, really try to get as many elite elements as possible. But getting caught in the hairs of the Falcons. So we'll get back to that because I believe Falcons are also looking to also take a fight, or Axer was trying to push up towards brute force here. So yeah, Falcons, another team kind of in the hot seat, as we can see in the leaderboard. 7th right now. They're looking to do it. They're looking to seal the deal and qualify, make that next round. They had some challenges here this evening. Like you said, game 1, they were down a member. They won a game here this evening, but then they had like 2 back-to-back really poor performances. So they're leaving it down to the last and final map here, of course, of the evening to really make their way into the grand finals. But let's see their next boss, the Brute Force squad, a team that has been really good at their team fights here this evening. They're going to be the gatekeepers.
Yeah, and this is 6th, 7th on the leaderboard. If Falcon wins this fight, they, in my eyes, would secure themselves at least a chance of getting that top 6, and they actually get an opening knock. Brute Force maybe just kind of overstepping this fight right now, Dave, allowing Falcons to kind of come around, but actually catching one of the Falcon players off guard.
Yeah, trades going back and forth right there, and I believe actually a confirm on the hilltop as well. So Falcons playing this one nice and steady, trying to use their utility to do most of the heavy lifting for them. They got a lot of grenades to work with, a couple Molotovs. Now Axer trying to push up. Might look to crest the hill with the DBS, but the Brute Force duo pulling back to the compound, the hardcover. Very smart play for the time being, but they also don't want to steal their tomb because the Falcons, like we mentioned, they got some utility to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're holding up in a compound, you're kind of saying, come and push me. We will take the 2v3 fight. And obviously with the DBS meta and all this stuff, it's hard to push compounds. If you make one wrong mistake, you maybe forget that there's an off angle here or there. You don't make that right guess. It really costs your team. And we saw it just now. Taking off angles, they lost a player on Falcons, allowing Brute Force to back up and stuff like that. And, you know, I think if you're Falcons, you look at the squad and you go, hey, we need to be going for this, but we can't commit everything to it because the zone shift has happened in 10. And wait a second.
Neo's pushing out, not looking to take the fight in the compound, instead looking to take the fight in the hills with Falcon White here. Neo's underhanding the Molotov. That should be good with the spread. Swapping to the M4. Sees Axer down range, trying to take some free fire shots over there. Apply the pressure before, right on the other side of this little baby hill. Going for the heel. Neo's going to be popping up with the Nice little trade right there. Dark also on the hilltop in their own 1v1 engagement with Falcons White. Got him as well. Now Brute Force, it's up to Dark. It's a 1v1. Cooking the grenade. What can Dark do? Cooking it, cooking it. Both players looking to toss it at the right time. And kaboom! There goes Dark from brute force to continue to survive. 7 eliminations on the side of brute force. Taking them out right there.
Yeah, and I mean, that's Falcons, you know, the PMGC squad. They won the last match, you know, the second match of the night. And you're in the most dire 1v1 of the tournament, I think, so far, in determining if you're going to make that top 6 placement. And unfortunately, as soon as I'd seen Dark pull the nade first, it's like, okay, who did it faster? He hit the nade throw when he needed it the most. And, you know, unfortunately for Brutal Force, they're down to just one player. But I think you're extremely ecstatic. You know, a lot of the teams below you are already eliminated or just solos in the lobby.
Brute Force might have just done it with that play. Dark might have just done it with that play. Only 4 more teams to go. Everest being one of them. Remember, Everest coming into this game 8th place. My fear is they only have 2 eliminations. So a win would help them, of course.
See, now they've got 4 though, Dave. There's still a lot of time left for them to pick up the elims. Now we're only talking actually 11 players remaining in the lobby, but if they're able to pick up these placement points, they're able to maybe get 1 or 2 squad wipe worth of people in the lobby. I mean, I think they got a good shot of making it.
Good shot. They got a good shot. I'm still just flabbergasted with Dark's play right there. That play, that might have been like the play to secure them the spot. So we'll have to keep tabs on that one. But Everest looking to push into the zone a little further here. Interesting play from them. Pushing across the road with one of them. Going to be within grenade range with Butcher, if I'm not mistaken, from 721. But we're getting a nice little aerial view right here. My homie just smoked himself, looking to take a new position possibly, but blocking some of their own sight lines up there.
Yeah, I think the main thing right now is these people are kind of determining what all is taken, because a lot of the spots are playable in zone. There's not much taken. We're seeing a few spreads. Obviously, Everest was looking to take that south side of the road, but with all this fighting that went on, people had opted to take those fights because they knew the team they were going against was above them on the leaderboard. Really allowed this match to open up. And Everest, we talked about them kind of playing more chill, lax, waiting on that late game play. I think this is the perfect spot for them because there's not that many teams left that have a full force that's really going to be able to contest you. It's just a matter of if you can execute now when you need it the most.
Next zone does go up. Hard base team need to make a move. Same could be said for Everest. Both teams right there on the northern side of this new circle shift. Circle will be going towards Dark, actually, from brute force. So catching a small W right there when it comes to acquiring some additional placement points. But hard base trying to play gatekeeper right now to Everest. Let's see if they'll be able to accomplish that without being third-partied, right, from 7-2-1.
Well, you got to make it down the cliff as well. Now, if you have a vehicle, you could always just send it off, you know, heroes send and just drive down to your teammate. But it looks like they're actually kind of trying to opt to stay on the cliff as long as possible. Hopefully, Everest doesn't get into zone before them and take pod shots at them while they rotate in, because if you get knocked as the zone's closing, I mean, you're virtually dead at this point. You're not going to get picked up. Super hard to put you into the back of the vehicle like we've seen plenty of times before. But now, you know, Everest, they do have one knocked. Everyone's going to have to start making this end, and it's a matter of who's hitting the shots, but looks like an Everest player is starting to save it for the squad right now, Dave.
Yeah, Spidey and Butcher also playing spoiler, but Maxi from Hard Base Team in the front lines with the pump shotgun looking to put in some work. Everest, though, able to trade blow for blow, essentially, here. And, well, things are getting hairy. Things are getting messy over here in the open field. And Hard Base is coming out on top. Looks like Butcher was spotted in the back line as well. Yep, going to be flush right there. And guess what? That actually plays into the favor of brute force almost.
Yeah. And I mean, I just really feel bad because Everest had the spot, and unfortunately 7-2-1 like suicide sends you almost and just takes the fight to you, preventing you from getting resets. It allows Hardbass to push up to you. And now it's just like, okay, what can I even do at this point? They get eliminated out in 4th place. And with the Brute Force solo, I mean, we've obviously see the 7-2-1 solo. It's only a matter of time before Hardbass wins out the match prize.
Oh,
wait a second.
Spidey getting 1 more point on the board. That point can be crucial to qualifying for 7-2-1. Spidey will take that one. The solos, small victory going their way. Hardbass team, they know where Spidey is. Are they aware of the other solo from Brute Force? That's the question. Will the solos remain supreme over the trio from Hardbass? Hardbass, they really got this, all the cards in their hand.
Listen,
looks like they're a win.
Listen, Dave, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna say that Spidey's gonna be winning the match here. It's either gonna be him or Dark. They're gonna get a solo pick off. The other one's gonna get a trade, and it's gonna come down to a 1v1 at the end of the match here.
They're too focused on each other right now. If they were focused on Hardbass, and plus, maybe. Look at this. My dude out here with 6 grenades. Like, you know where Spidey is. We got 6 grenades. Like, yeah, Spidey's about to, hopefully their Spidey sense is going off because they're about to be grenaded here.
Oh, he saw him. Oh, I think this is
you
it,
see
Dave.
him. You see him.
Oh, that's money.
You see him. Cooking him with the fadeaway. There's a second follow-up. 3 more to go. We'll see if they can get the job done here. Spidey trying to secure themselves at least to 3rd place. Meanwhile, Dark making some moves on the opposite side of this circle as well. Oh my goodness, Dark actually helping Spidey essentially over here.
Here we
go. Taking down our off angle from Hardbass. Hardbass still with the numbers advantage with the duo. They have the intel now, without a doubt. They know where these 2 players should be around.
Oh no, I think the solos are gonna fight each other, Dave. I want this to come to a 1v1 at the end. I don't want it to be a blowout spot. Oh, and he's got the flash. Oh, he's going for it.
Whoa. Hit him! Dark with another elimination in the pocket. Looking for the reload. Not a lot of bullets left in that UMP. Hardbass team, 2v1. Cooking a grenade, going for that long toss. There's a lot of util here. Open field in the middle. Hardbass team, they got these little tents to work with, a little crate to work with. Dark has 2 smokes and a Molotov and a tiny baby bridge.
See, and I think this might be a bit scary if Hardbass thinks he maybe moved around the zone. It doesn't seem like it just yet, but Brute Force, they have to make the move now. Actually, the blue zone's got him to his back. 1 HP in a dream, and I think that's it. Yeah, I mean, Hardbass, winner, chicken dinner, but it came down essentially to the wire with the 2 solos in play, Dave. And, you know, you kind of were doubting me on the idea. I'm happy that I maybe put a seed of doubt in you when the solo got first.
Listen, I would love to have witnessed that here myself, but when you got the full squad alive and there's 2 solos, like, there's got to be a lot of mistakes to happen for you to actually lose that one, right? And they were kind of taking, like, 1v1s, essentially, right? Hardbass team, but then I believe they realized, like, hey, what are we doing? Let's just pump the brakes a little bit, let them come to us, and we should win. And, well, that's what they did. Not a lot of eliminations going their way, but it doesn't matter. They got the win. They were already in a really strong position in the top 6, if I'm not mistaken, heading into this game. So this win should really just be sealing the deal, right, for Hardbass. Now, Brute Force, a question for me, was that enough? You would hope so after that finish from Dark. I mean, Dark just clutching it out. So I'll love to see Dark continue to move on to that grand finals. Now, the toss-up for me, Falcons White? Question mark? I don't know. Titans Gaming? I don't think so. I don't think so.
It's too far,
but Falcons White's a big question mark.
Well, there was Ale as well. You know, they were on that cusp. Now, a lot of these teams, though, I think they just went out a little bit too mid of the pack. But, you know, I'm not a mathematician. I'm a caster here, you know.
Yeah, you're a caster,
bro. It's not like I'm got the photographic memory off the top of my head. But Lion, we'll give note to him, MVP on the match, being able to pull out 870 damage. Let me ask you this.
Is No Name the name though of the team?
Well, they have, I think, esport at the end of it, so maybe
that's what I'm saying. Is No Name
it's gotta
the
be
actual
the
name?
The No Name
so
has
No Name
the
has
name
a name, and it's
of
No Name Esports.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
That's 100%.
Listen, hey, we're not mathematicians, but we got big brains. All right, we can see through the lines. So, looking at that match's top 5 elimination dealers, Dark, of course, up there. Butcher, okay, from 7 to 1. You'll love to see it. Falcons got Xer up here. So, yeah, pretty consistent players throughout the night, too. We've seen a couple of these players, I don't want to say on every single top 5 eliminations, but we have seen really consistent players showing up on that graphic throughout the evening.
Yeah, and I mean, it's nice seeing the hard base team roster being able to put up some numbers because they were up on that top side, and I think the first 2 games or so, we didn't really see them up on any of these leaderboards, so to speak, but the later half of the night, they were able to show up and show out. And obviously, you know, they got 17 points for this match. They were basically guaranteed, but I'm looking at Brute Force, Dave, and with the placements and the elims they got, I mean, 15, I'm not really seeing anyone coming close. And that was the borderline team. They were the 6th place team. Everyone else was grasping for straws on just points. And I mean, we're going to have to look at the final leaderboard when it shows, but it's just, I'm not feeling too good about those border.
Right?
Yeah, top 6.
Top 6. That who makes it to the next round, the grand finals. Here are the MVP rankings in order of damage done.
No, I think this is actually overall, Dave, because we're factoring in the survival time and the MVP points, because we're looking at Spidey, and he was the Miramar expert in my eyes. Okay, he had like 7 the first one, he had 4 or 5 that last one. And we're seeing Lion, you know, they had the same damage, but the survival time was essentially 7 minutes below. So really coming into a factor. I'm not sure exactly what the formula is they use for it, but looking at
here we go.
Man,
this is it,
overall,
right? This is it. So Hardbass, congrats, first place, 49 points. Looks like Dark Knight's able to secure their slot here. Really massive game here. They had a great winner chicken dinner. And from there, pretty much coasted it throughout the rest of the night. But Brute Force showing up here this evening. You'll love to see it qualifying to that next round. 7-2-1. What the heck? Well, I guess who was in 6th? Did you see?
I didn't see. I saw Brute Force made the jump up to that 3rd slot. But
here's who didn't make it. Titan Gaming. So, did Falcons make it? I'm sorry.
I don't see them here. They might be here, but
they might have.
Hopefully we can get a run back on that first half of the page. But no, I mean, Brute Force jumping up to that 3rd place spot, and we're talking, I believe 4th place as well was 7-2-1. Both of those squads, 3rd, 4th, 0 wins on the night. 0 wins. So it's just all the consistency, whether it's the eliminations or the placement points. Them with Hate Gaming, I think the 3 of them are kind of lumped together as those, you know, team fighting squads for the tournament. But Hate Gaming obviously were able to show up with at least 1 win out of the 5 matches tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Brute Force. Do they need fine tuning? You know what I'm saying? I know we were kind of going on about placement points. That would be nice, right? That's a thing. But honestly, like, do they even need to focus on that? Of course, this last game they did great, 2nd place, so they got their placement points technically. But when it comes to just throughout the evening, most of their points came from eliminations, right? So I'm always curious, like heading into the grand finals, Brute Force, do they look to change up anything, sort of say, or do they keep just steering the course? You know?
I'm not sure if it's really changing stuff up, but we're talking about the next stage of the tournament being against 12, 12 international teams. I feel like you're going to have that balance of eliminations and placement points at that level of the competition. And for grand finals, I mean, I think all these teams are going to watch the VODs back. They're going to do their research, at least with drop spots or what teams choose to do, because a lot of teams seemed in this portion of the tournament, at least for the EU finals, of playing edge. A lot of the space in the center was free, and when we saw teams get zones, they didn't feel comfortable being in the center of it.
One team that I do feel like needs to kind of pick up the slack has to be the Dark Knights. They had a great game, right? And that game kind of solidified themselves in the top 6, but all their other matches kind of meh, you know, kind of meh.
Downhill.
Nothing too, nothing. So, you know, one team I do want to see pick up the slack has to be Dark Knights, in my opinion. Hate Gaming, Brute Force, I think they did great here tonight, throughout the night, right? So I'm pretty confident in their play style heading into the grand finals on the 19th for a $5,000 prize pool. So Enigma, that's gotta be it for me, man. I think you and me, boom, 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 going back and forth on the 19th as well. I'm looking forward to that. But any final thoughts from you before we kick it?
Well, just shout out to, you know, all these teams and that sort of stuff. Everyone played their hearts out. And unfortunately, you know, it's only going to be top 6. A lot more of these squads could have very well been in that top 6 position, but just the name of the game, shout out to production, all that sort of stuff, of course, was amazing being here. And, you know, shout out to you, Dave, and all the fans. You wouldn't be here without us. And, you know, I can't help but just enjoy every moment of it.
Shout out to Socks with Sandals, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be it for us. 5 games done. We'll see you on the 19th. Same time, same place. Catch you later.